You are watching the Vodka stream.
Heyo, what is happening, everybody? What? Camera's over here now. That's right. We're getting a little closer. Yeah, switch some things up. Not the time yet. Still kind of wondering about the whole time situation. It might, because like I said, we talked about it a little bit when it comes to bumping the Vodka stream just a little bit earlier because East Coast people, all that stuff. But anyways, guys, happy Cinco de Mayo. Thought about getting a sombrero, but I mean, I'm half Mexican. I can wear that. I won't appropriate anything, but happy Cinco de Mayo. So I got a Modelo. That's right. Drinking Modelo. And then, of course, I have some tequila. Who's got tequila? Anybody? Do you want to drink what The Rock is cooking? It's The Rock's tequila. Here we go. Oh, boy. Let's see. Mama Film Junkie says 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Okay. I'm still considering it. It's kind of funny because I ran a poll on all of that. I ran a poll asking, 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock's a little too early, I think. But I put that in there to see what everybody would say. And a lot of people did say 5 o'clock, but I'm like, nah, it's not going to be 5 o'clock. That's for sure. But, I'm still figuring that stuff out. Anyways, guys, cheers. And then, of course, also happy birthday to our Superman, Mr. Henry Cavill. He's 40. He is 40 today. So cheers. Ooh. Eek. Oh. Tequila. Oh, so smooth. Oh, not bad. Pretty smooth. I'm just not a big tequila guy. It's that after bite that we get. Oof. Tell you what. All right, guys. Let's see what we got out here. Who we got out there? What's going on? We got 1/6 shape. And yeah, I decided to move the camera right here because I hooked up I got to get a new screen. I have a second screen now as opposed to my laptop. I have a second screen right here and there's not a lot of room. So I wanted to keep the second stream. So the angle right over here wasn't going to work anymore. So now you get to look up my nose a little bit more. So, all right. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you. Hal Jordan's here. All right. Get back out there in the cosmos and protect it. We got Rhea. Good to see you, Rhea. All right, we got Mama Film Junkie here. Mr. Scott McClellan. That's right, guys. We got some new hashtags coming out. I know there's a lot of hashtags, but this one you can get behind because, well, I think more fans need to see this movie in IMAX. Talked about it a little bit on Monday's stream, saying that, that should have been a campaign that we should have probably pushed for after it came out, is try to get a much more of a release. Of course, there's always going to be those assholes that push back. I already have that in my mentions. And it's just like, yeah, I'm sure that, IMAX theaters would want to, do that 4-hour movie. It's like, could be a special thing. They do that all the time. Doesn't have to be like the whole day. It could be like a one screening, and it's not going to be every freaking IMAX. Like buzzkills out there. We got Mr. Jason McKenzie. Good to see you. Hoy, hoy. Sure. All right. This is different. It's weird to look at, I got a screen right there, screen right here, and I'm looking this way as opposed to that way. I'm trying to get used to it. It's like it's like breaking in a new pair of pants. Almost said undies. But anyways, multiverse guy, what's happening? Good to see you. We got Fear Jason right there. Hope you're feeling better. Let's face it, you go to a convention with a bunch of people, even I was getting a little scratchy throat, but honey, a lot of water, and bourbon helps. Mr. Drogo, what is going on, sir? Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. Are you going to ask Zack Snyder what his thoughts on James Gunn's Superman movie? Maybe in the future. Not anytime soon, probably. Not supposed to ask about that, apparently. Can't mention James Gunn. To Zach. People get upset. Nah. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I already did backstage. Just kidding. What's going on, Stephanie T? Good to see you. We got Miss Susie right here. All right. Who else we got? What's going on? I don't even know how I would say that. Yo, yeah, the hashtag's great. It's great. And there's also released a Snyder cut in IMAX. It's a little longer, but it plays on that hashtag the thing out. So I thought that's not too bad. Glitching already. There, I just glitched for a little bit. Sorry about that. I don't know why that happened. We're good. We're back, I think. All right, there we go. Just glitched for a little bit there. All right, let's see who else we got. All right, let's see. That's glitching too. Okay, we're good. Little glitchies. All right, we got Ken right there. Hey, Davey. Good to have you back. Hope you are doing swell. Doing great. Doing great. We got Miss Nighthawk here too. Good to see you, Steph. She agrees with my mom. That's never good. When the girlfriend agrees with your mom about something, you're like, uh-oh. Yeah, new angle. Yeah, that's right. We're getting a little closer. It's almost the same as the angle that I have for Film Junkie Live, just a little lower. So uh-oh. All right, now I'm back. All right. I don't know what's going on. All right. Come on, internet. What the hell? I didn't move the internet. I didn't move any of that. Holy crap. Change the camera angle and look what happens. Together without salt and lime. That's right. I'm hardcore like that. All right. Hopefully that doesn't continue to happen. I think we're going to be okay now. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Not sure what's happening. All right. Who else we got? We got Will Morris. Good to see you, buddy. All right. Boop, boop, boop. Hey, Josh. Yeah, that's right. You're the guy wearing all the Superman shirt, the Batman shirt, all that stuff. You're a costume up. All right. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Mr. Catman Nemo. Nice to meet you at Justice League. Cool. I met you in intermission at the bar. Okay, cool. And was the other Zach? That's right. Your name was Zach. And you got to ask a question too. That's cool. That asked, about the Wild Bunch. Yeah, you did ask that question. So that was cool. And it was nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you. All right. We got Chuck. They saw Guardians, enjoyed it, and the music, gun use was great. Can't wait to hear those for DC. I'm not sure if he's going to have too many needle drops for Superman. I don't know. There'll be some, most likely, but I don't know if he's going to have it entirely. Doesn't seem like Superman's going to require a lot of needle drops. But, yeah, we'll see. Hopefully you guys watched my review. Thank you for becoming a member, Catman. All right, lots of people filing in right now. What's going on, William? Who else we got? We got Jacob. What's up, sir? Good to see you. It was nice meeting you over the weekend, too, as well. All right, guys. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty jam-packed show. Pretty much we're going to be bringing on people who are at the Full Circle event. And, just talking about the experience, talk about everything. We talked about it a little bit earlier this week on ACS's show. But we're going to talk a little bit more because now it's the Vodka stream. So let me send that one last invite out. Okay, let's get everybody in here. Let me put that back up. All right. First off, of course, we got Mr. Scott McClellan. What is going on, sir?
Where's my drop? This isn't right. I demand my drop.
There's so many people because we also got Paul right here. We got Rebecca Johnson.
Woohoo!
We got Rhea.
Hey, everyone.
Hey.
Holy crap.
Bill.
Hey, guys.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
All right. Let me get this display up. Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys for joining in. How we doing tonight?
Anytime.
Pretty well, thank you.
Doing good.
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 Okay, let me see here. I think I have a delay happening. Do I?
It's so
No.
nice to know that it's you having problems now and not me. This just makes me laugh.
Yeah, I know. I
inside.
don't know what's going on. Fine, I know. Finally, I have problems. Jeez.
Scott,
I mean,
did
I
you
have
intend to leave your camera off? Oh, there you
Oh,
go.
there we go. There we go.
Nice.
Nice.
Yay.
That's Scott. You are actually having some problems.
Of course I am. I make a smart ass comment. This happens. Hold
Yes,
on one
exactly.
second.
See what happens, Scott?
Yeah.
Make some
Okay.
comments.
Let's do what we normally do.
Let's do what we normally do. Yes, there we go. He's got to exit, then he's going to come back in. But we got somebody else also streaming all the way from Apocalypse. We got Mr. Ray Porter.
Oh.
Hey.
Hey,
guys.
Hey, what's
Hey,
up, sir?
I'm on really dodgy hotel Wi-Fi. And completely exhausted after
Yes.
the first day of Contropolis here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, you
Okay.
talked
Cool.
about that on ACS's show. How's that going?
Yeah, it's going great. It's going great. It was the first day, so it's kind of a spotty turnout. Friday, most people are getting home from work, so we're expecting even more tomorrow. But I got to tell you, it's very, very cool. And if you're in the area, you should come and say hello.
Yes. Everybody in the Philadelphia area, go say hello to Ray.
Yes, please. I get lonely.
Yes, he can. Aw. Now I'm going to fly there just to give you a hug.
Yeah, man. Come on.
Come on. I know.
People always ask where Darkseid is. No one ever asks how he is.
I'd
is
boom
very
tube
true.
towards you.
Do you
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
there's do you think there's therapists on Apocalypse? Probably, right?
I certainly hope so.
I think that may be what's used to fuel the fires.
Mm,
The streets are lit by burning therapists.
very true, very true. But let me say hi to everybody here. Paul, thank you for joining. Paul is
Of course, man.
he hasn't been on here, but we met him over the weekend and had a lot of great conversations with him. Very knowledgeable about the comic books, and also you kind of you won something, didn't you?
Yes. So I was informed by AFSP over the past 2 days. I won the Darkseid figure.
Wow.
Yes.
Welcome.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
Join the club.
Thank you so much. I asked AFSP, and I guess I can extend it to Mr. Porter. I was like, you wouldn't happen to know if Mr. Porter had signed the Darkseid figure when he was there for the screening? You did?
Well, we got to thank Wes Collar for that. He texted me and was like, "Hey, man, come down." And it was only a couple blocks away.
Oh,
I went
dude.
down and I signed it. Yes.
There you go. Nice.
Nice.
I am still going through a thing with my house right now, but when I have the
You're gonna be
opportunity
going
to
through more when that arrives.
Good Lord. Yeah, I'm going to display that where everyone can see it, and it's going to be in a place where no sunlight can hurt it or whatever. I mean, it's Darkseid, so he's probably not a big fan of sunlight anyway, so it works out.
No.
On the other thing, I found out AFSP contacted me earlier today. I don't know what happened exactly, but I guess the person who had won the bid for the Superman statue had to turn it down for whatever reason, and then they offered it to me. So I ended up getting that as well.
You did?
Yeah.
Wow.
The double
So-
whammy.
Yeah.
That's great.
Most likely, I have a friend of mine. You got. I might have mentioned it to Dave in the weekend, but one of my buddies, who's like a brother to me, basically, he's when I was really getting into DC and I needed to do Superman stuff, he was like, read this, read that, and he's been like my DC brother. So most likely, I'm probably going to give that statue to him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's a
Good
good
on
idea.
Good on
That's
you.
awesome of you.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I think he'll really appreciate it. He moves consistently, but I'm hoping he'll have space for it and stuff like that. And he knows worst case scenario, he can send it back to me. I can hold on to it until he is in a better place.
What
to
a great
display it.
gift. Amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
More importantly, the money went to AFSP. which
Oh
is
yeah, of course.
Yes.
No, I'm
fantastic,
more than
you know, so
satisfied
that's
with.
so good.
Yeah, and honestly, this whole it was funny. Dave was talking earlier about the IMAX stuff because I was talking to, I think, one of the executives at AFSP, and I was saying, yeah, you guys did a great job. It was a fantastic event. We had a blast. It was beyond awesome. And she mentioned that basically, we'd like to keep it going, obviously. And I said, well, I don't know if you're taking suggestions, but if I can recommend a suggestion to you, it is this. It is the first thing I thought of the second I left the screening of Zack Snyder's Justice League in IMAX was like, I want all of my friends to be able to have this experience. And I said, I don't know. I know Zack has a better relationship with the Warner Brothers, the heads of Warner Brothers right now, and I said, you can test it out, you can see what you can do, but I would try to get it playing at the very least limited IMAX theaters across the country, at least the U.S. first, or maybe even just New York and Los Angeles, whatever. I guarantee you, if you greenlit that, every fan, the whole fan base here will do the advertising for you. They'll let everyone know, and I guarantee those things will get sold out, for sure. Or at least that's my thought.
No, we already
Rebecca,
started. That's what we started. We started promoting that hashtag today because, like I said, I had a conversation with someone, and we just kind of went like, "Why didn't we? We should have pushed for that a little bit more." So now we have 2 hashtags. Pick your poison. They both kind of trended today, which is great. We had release the Snyder Cut in IMAX, and then ZSJL in IMAX also. So and it trended already. So I say let's push that. Of course, like you said, it could start off New York, Los Angeles, but it was meant to be seen on 3 stories. Come on.
Rebecca, could you imagine seeing that at the McWayne Center?
Oh my gosh, that would be so awesome. Darkseid and Steppenwolf were ginormous on that big screen, and it was so cool. I do hope that other people get to see that because it was awesome.
Yeah, Dave's seen the size of that one because when I went to go see Dune, I just took a video and just went size matters.
There you go.
Yeah, I know. You shouldn't have sent me that first pic, though, Scott, when he said that. Anyway.
Oh, wow.
Zing. Sorry. But Rebecca Johnson, this is your first time on the Vodka stream.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining.
No, thanks for letting me be here. I'm a big fan of the Vodka stream, so I'm honored.
Yeah, I know.
To be
It's
here.
a long time coming. And, I was just like, I got to – because, I watched today I watched the BBS commentary today, and Rhea, you knocked it out. Scott, you knocked it out. Rebecca, you knocked it out. So much fun to watch that. Just the questions that were asked and everything. And I love the fact that with you, Rebecca, that Zach was talking about all your breakdowns of all the BVS. First off, he was like he basically said you knew about more of the movie than he did, which I thought was great. And then of course just talking about what critics were complaining about when it came to that movie, which was why does it take place at night? Why?
Yeah, there were some wild criticisms of the film that I was like, are you serious? Is this a serious criticism? It's very strange. But if people don't know, I read through the negative reviews of the top critics of Rotten Tomatoes from 2016. Nearly 40 reviews, went through them kind of verbatim and outlined all of their criticisms and went through them and rebutted their arguments. So if you're interested in that, it's a lot of content, but it was a good exercise in figuring out how I don't want to be a critic. So so I think it was productive in that way.
Yeah. And I love the fact that, and Zach right off the bat talked about how he read that stuff, which that had to be like, you kept cool, but on the inside we were like, oh my God,
Yeah, my goal in doing that series of live streams was to try to do it as civilly and analytically as possible and not get like emotionally upset. But it was hard sometimes to be nice and generous when going through those. So it's a good practice in learning how to disagree with others.
It's a good practice to have. Mm-hmm. And then we got Rhea right here. Hey, how's it going?
Pretty well. I'm just really grateful and honored for the privilege to not only attend the event. Of course, that was pure dumb luck on my part to be able to snag a ticket within that 8-minute window, especially on iPhone using Apple Pay. Like there were so many variables in that, but securing those 3-day tickets, that was incredible. And my time at the event, being able to just, feel the positive vibes, the supportive energy of everyone there. I didn't have one single negative reaction or stressful reaction, interaction with anyone. And being able to talk with Zach directly with my friend Jacob Barham, that was a very special moment as well. Thank you to Wes for allowing me to have my good friend join us too. As far as like questions and things that provoked my interest, talking to folks at the event as well as to Zach was more like the themes that I personally sort of, gathered from his work, and a lot of really important topics as far as like mental health and coping mechanisms and maladaptive development. Those are all things that I personally haven't seen too many discussions on that. I really enjoyed being able to kind of pick Zach's brain about his thoughts of like, you know, is there intention from that, or is that just, you know, a personal read? It was kind of a mix of both, based off of, you know, my discussion with him. And yeah, I'm just really appreciative of being able to have that discussion with him on and off cam.
Yeah, that was awesome. And yeah, I mean, it was you were right off the bat first on BVS, and yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I know, like, yeah, there was like nerves there because you're like, you're going first, and certain scenes are coming out. But I love the fact that, you know, you brought up the fact that BVS, you know, it starts and ends with a coffin. You know, that was one of the first
that was Jacob for sure.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Thank you to you, Dave, for being like just, you know, a super awesome like guiding light on being able to kind of focus in on the single event itself, or of being able to be on camera and talk to Zach directly and just, you know, have it be super conversational. And yeah, it was kind of bumpy at first, and then it got more comfortable as we continue to sort of like gauge his responses and see how receptive he was to the interpretations of his work that I was proposing. So yes, I am very grateful for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's, like I said, Zach's just such a easygoing person. I mean, it's funny too because even like when I was going, it's like you want to just watch the movie. There's like when it gets quiet, you just go, "Oh yeah, we're supposed to be talking about this fucking thing."
Oh god, that happened to me so many times. I have not been able to go back and like actually like watch my portion because there was lots
great.
of. No, I was just.
You did great. Stop
it. Watching the movie right now.
You deserve it, definitely.
Nah, it was good. It was good, Scott. Don't worry. But then we also got Phil right here too. You're, you know, first time on the Vodka stream. Phil, yeah, we were in that crazy Airbnb together, which we'll talk about those stories and talk about that jigsaw puzzle of a fucking house. That
and it really goes into the funny story I have about meeting Rhea for the first time at that Airbnb.
Yeah,
yeah, it was just me and Joey and Scott just vibing with Jacob.
Wow.
Yeah, it was funny though because I was waking up from my nap, from you know my journey to get there, and I just remember kind of opening my eyes, going, "Why do I hear a girl's voice?" Like literally, I was like, I didn't know Ray was going to. I was like, "Why do I hear a girl?"
There's not supposed to be girls here. Yeah, what am I gonna tell my wife? No, Yeah, it was just that was when we were at Target, and I felt bad too because she was on her way, and I totally like slipped my mind. I'm like, oh, we're going to Target for some supplies, and then we of course had an adventure when it came to that. So
that was certainly something. I mean, you know, that Airbnb, and like, you know, it's funny. I almost went to the first convention way back in 19 when it was is it Dawn BVS? No, Watchmen BVS and
Dawn. Yeah,
Dawn.
It was all three.
Okay, all three of those. And at the time, I made the hard decision not to. So when the time came for this one to come around, I told myself, "Oh, absolutely, there's no question about it. I'm going to go no matter what." And I was fortunate enough to get tickets for all 3 days. And when I'd found out, I was just over the moon. So when time came to just kind of plan with, you know, lodging situations and that sort of thing, it was really a real honor and privilege to get to share like a B&B with like two of my favorite people that I look up to creatively. Like Scott, I've been listening to you for, you know, years, and Dave, I listened to you through Scott. So getting to, you know, like hang out with you guys for a couple days, it was really a really cool, nice mini vacation. We got to see these epic movies in the big screen and like see Zack Snyder's Justice League 3 stories high, and just like you know, get to ask questions and get insight on these films, and like just, you know, come together in a really great way, and, you know, really do come full circle with the journey that went along with getting, you know, Zack Snyder's Justice League released in the first place. It was just really an honor, and even to like get to meet the man himself and thank him, because those movies mean a lot to me in a lot of personal ways. So yeah, it was great. And that B&B, man, how many bathrooms were there? Three different bathrooms. Oh my gosh.
I think like one of them was actually like practically functional.
Yeah.
One upstairs.
We'll get to that in a little bit. We also got Mr. Stephen Colbert that just showed up right here. Hey,
there's some amazing pictures all weekend, by the way.
Wait, he took those? What? Oh. What's up, Stephen?
What's up?
So exhilarated to be here.
Oh, yeah.
No, but Ray, when Ray showed up, that was an awesome moment, and luckily we snagged a picture before he got taken away from us, which was a great little picture right there.
I flagged him down. I was like,
Oh,
Ray,
man.
it's
Nice.
me. I'm right here.
Oh my God, I was so happy to see you guys, you know, and at the same time, like completely shot out of a cannon. You know, I was looking for Wes. I was afraid of being late, and I sure as heck didn't expect, you know, to be coming through a lobby full of people, and then.
Well, the second I saw you look on your face, I was like, we got to get him around this crowd before he just gets swallowed up. Like,
well, that was the thing,
Superman.
is like all these people wanting stuff signed and everything. It was like, yeah, I got to go do this thing, you know. So I ended up staying after for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, you know, signing stuff for people just because they asked me. I mean, for me, the whole experience, I mean, aside from being able to actually, you know, physically meet people that I've been talking to now for a long time, you know, it really drove home. The only reason why I was there was because of you all and because of the fandom. The only reason, you know. So, you know, it was a very humbling experience, and the immense gratitude that I felt coming from it was just beyond anything. And, you know, also, I mean, as an actor, being able to sit in the movie theater and see it in the movie theater, you know, with people was a big missing piece. And I didn't know how big a missing piece until I started hearing those reactions. And, you know, it was a very emotional experience for me, actually, to be a part of that. So, you know, again, I mean, it just, thank you doesn't quite cover it. You know, just the immense gratitude that I had for the entire thing, which you guys made happen.
Yes.
And then, I mean, come on, and we kind of talked about this on Anthony's show, but then also the fact that we all cheered when like your like in-person cameo happened during the history lesson.
That was so funny.
Well, that's technically when you first show up. I mean,
I know, right?
Yeah, it was so weird. I mean, I just felt embraced.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was just an incredible experience. Phenomenal. I can't say enough about it. Part of the reason why I can't say enough about it is I'm so tired I can barely form a sentence.
Dude, you know what? The fact that you just dropped by, man, get some sleep. I'm glad you dropped by.
I am gonna jump in the bed right now because I got an early morning tomorrow. But
no problem, man.
You know, seriously, man. And again, this is ongoing. The nice thing about a full circle is that the circle is infinite. So this doesn't stop.
Very true.
You know, the money going to AFSP and the desire for more, and you know, like you were talking about, seeing it, you know, in IMAX as it was originally intended, and just the, you know, when this fandom uses its powers for good, it's phenomenal.
Absolutely,
and it's a real honor to be a part of it. You know, so I mean, I've said it before, and I will probably never stop saying thank you for the opportunity for me personally, and for allowing me to be a part of this amazing thing.
No problem. Thank you, Ray. I mean,
Thank you, Ray.
for being a part of it. So, but yeah, get some sleep, man.
I'm gonna get some sleep because I barely got a voice as it is. But,
it still sounds awesome.
Oh yes.
There it is.
I'm almost there. We've been trying to contact you about your car's warranty. I hope you guys have a great night. I would say don't drink too much, but who the fuck am I kidding?
I got this.
And, you know, to everybody else who's coming on later or whatever, just, you know, thank you, and let's keep it going.
Yes, for sure.
All right, you guys, have a great night.
All right,
have fun, Ray.
If you're
Enjoy
around
the rest
Philly,
of your
come say
convention.
hi.
Philly, anybody around Philly? Yes.
I'm sorry, Rhea, what'd you say?
Enjoy the rest of your convention.
Thank you so much. Rhea, good name. I like that. Guys, have a good night.
Ray. Have a good night.
Night, Ray.
Good night, sir.
All right, let's talk about Steven's shoes now.
Yes.
No, but I mean, it was kind of funny how like that first night, man, your shoes just like they were the talk of.
It's funny. I was talking to.
Your audio.
Your audio is messed up, man.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
By the way, Dave,
Is it low or bad?
It's
crackling.
It's crackly.
Yeah.
Unplug and plug back in, maybe.
Yeah.
Turn it on, turn it off.
Turn it off and turn it back on.
His mic always had some.
Oh,
some
he always
issues.
has this problem. Dave, you missed a perfect opportunity earlier in the show because you know you were talking about your drink, and all I wanted to do was
Tequila, yeah.
Tequila.
I probably should have did that. Who was the perfect opportunity? It's okay. Scott, you're also lagging a little bit again. I don't know. Is Scott lagging to you guys? Yeah.
Just a little bit, but not,
Yeah, a little
not
bit.
too much.
How about now?
Nope, still scratchy.
Oof.
This is
It's
one of those
wild
Vodka
because
streams.
it's wild because your camera is super clear. But
Yeah,
yeah.
the video.
Oh yeah,
looks
yeah. Well, it's Steven, you know. So
Am I still dragging? Am I still lagging?
yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. I'll
smidge.
do it again.
Yeah, but your audio is really clear though. So
Yeah.
Well,
audio is perfect.
I'm a podcaster. The one thing I can get is audio, apparently.
Oh, I feel that.
That's the way. It just happens. I don't know. I don't know why. It's StreamYard thing. I don't know why it only affects Scott though. It's very strange. But it really. And then of course, like at the beginning, I was having glitchies too. So I don't know what the heck. But all right, we got Scott back. You're back. You're good. All
StreamYard.
right. Yes, it's freaking StreamYard.
It's
just
looking
not
better
a fan.
now.
There he is.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
looking good.
This is a running gag with us. But
It happens like during even the Batman fan animated streams. And then we got Steven's mic, and that's it. He's back.
Hi.
There he is.
Love it.
Yeah.
It's
Is
the
it-
depth of the field for me.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good.
It's better. Okay, it's a
Yeah, you're
StreamYard
good.
thing then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds
I
Okay.
good.
hopped out and
StreamYard,
recorded
man.
a clip on
Hmm.
Audacity, and it was like, "No, you sound great," and I was
Yeah.
like, "That's probably StreamYard then."
Yeah, it's all glitchy. But no, it was great that Ray. I mean, I did not expect Ray to show up because I was like, oh yeah, he's going to that con over there in Philly. But then he was like, yeah, send me a link. I'm just getting back to the hotel. But yeah, he looked like out and beat up. So I'm glad he actually showed up and
bowed out. It's like,
yeah.
he made good life choices.
Well, he's been here enough times to know, like, if he didn't bow out now, it'll be 3 hours, and like, I
Yep.
should not have done that.
We saw you show up, Steven.
Yeah,
What's up, Paul?
probably.
Wow.
No, I was just saying. I think for Ray, it's great though. Like he's making up
Yeah.
for a lot of lost time because
Yep.
you know, from what we know, he had to keep all of this secret from like 2016 till pretty much 2020 until he was probably given the go ahead by Zach and whatnot to talk about it. Like, I mean, that's a huge amount. And then of course, you know, the pandemic, couldn't really go outside for a while, so. I'm leaving Universal City Walk, and I was like, maybe I can talk to Ray Porter. Just see him submerged in a giant crowd. I'm like, I'm never going to be able to get to him in time. I need to eat. And but I'm really so happy for him, man, because he knocked it out of the fucking park, you know.
We wanted to
yeah.
invite him to come eat with us, but we looked at him going, "There ain't
That
no
ain't
way.
happening."
Yeah.
That ain't happening."
Oh yeah, I messaged him and he messaged me like 2 hours later, going, "Yeah, dude, I just got done." I was like, "Hey, totally get it. You were like swarmed. You wanted to talk. You know, it's perfectly fine. So
Yeah, and he didn't
Yeah.
have to do that. I
Yeah.
was I respect that a lot. Is that he stood out there for such a long time to take pictures with fans, and nobody probably told him to do that. He just did it on his own. That was a really classy thing, I thought, for him to do.
The
Yeah.
theater manager even kind of had to ask him to go around the corner and be
Yeah.
like, "Hey, can you take that over there?" So,
yeah, we saw that because he was like right outside it, and we were standing there too. And then all of a sudden, it was like, "Yeah, we're still Super Mario Brothers is still playing. Come on, we still got people coming in there."
I still think that's hilarious. Just hearing Zach say Super Mario Brothers, they're really doing it. They're still doing it. So we got to get out of here by this time. And I mean, it's a good movie, but I still thought that was just really funny.
oh no, I was watching during the Q&A for Zack Snyder Justice League. I kept looking at my watch going,
So did I.
we need to like wrap this up, guys.
Yep.
I kept wondering too. I'm like, okay, so I mean, obviously with something like this, we knew it wasn't going to start on time, and neither. I don't think any of the screenings started on time. By the way,
None of
them did.
BVS was the closest
I
it
think
got
so. Yeah.
starting on time. If I remember correctly, they only started like 5 minutes late for BVS.
Yeah.
Okay,
That sounds about right.
but yeah, Man of Steel. I'm not sure even when that was.
That was
Yeah.
about 10 minutes. That was 10,
10
15 minutes for
Okay.
Man of Steel because we were all coming in from the cocktail hour.
That's
Right.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Those drinks were so good.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
For Zack Snyder's Justice League, tell me if you guys had a different experience. I thought the intermission was supposed to be 15 minutes long.
It was not.
Yeah,
It
Not
felt
15
quick.
it definitely
minutes.
was way shorter.
Yeah, they wanted to apparently they wanted to get it going because it didn't start on time, so they were like, no, cut the intermission. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I wanted to sit there and listen.
No, but it played. It just wasn't 15 minutes.
Yeah,
it was
long.
like 7. At most.
Wow. Yeah, because I went out bathroom and then I was like, oh, the bar's open, and I was grabbing drinks for Steph and my mom, and then all of a sudden Zach just walked up, and then of course everybody's wanting to take pictures of him. I was like, and then I was like, hey, Mama Film Jug is here, take a picture. Boop. Luckily that's how awesome Zach is that he took the picture with her, and it was awesome. But it was just funny. And then all of a sudden it was like, all right, got to get back in the theater. And I even missed like a little bit too, but it's whatever. Did anybody stay in their seats the whole time?
I did.
You did. Good job.
I told you. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I mean, we had our breakfast sandwich, and I was like, nope. I went to the bathroom before it started because I was like, no, my butt is staying in this seat. As I said, when I was
got
here,
all dehydrated and hungry.
Joey was sweet enough. He was going to go to the concession stand anyway, and by that point, I was like, okay, that breakfast sandwich is starting to wear off now. And he asked if he could get me anything. I said, cool, popcorn and a drink. That'd be great. But I stayed in that seat because ever since Junkie came on here and told us about the intermission music, I was like,
you got to get it.
No, I'm staying right here.
I felt terrible because I was sitting by Phil and Ishan, and I bumped into them twice to use the restroom during the movie. So I apologize, Phil, for that.
Oh, it's fine. It's totally fine. That's not a big deal at all.
And I still ended up the row behind Rebecca, and I thought that was so amazing. I wasn't even a plan. Joe and I just sat down and looked down. I think Rebecca even got my attention. I was like, "Oh, hi, there you are."
Yeah, we had the same strategy for up high and trying to get in the middle. So we ended up there, kind of in the back.
Yeah, it was cool. Where were you at, Paul?
I was gonna say, I'm not setting this up like this, and I'm not exaggerating. The guys I was with, I think I was 25th in line or something, and they were doing it by 20s going in and stuff. We ended up going towards the middle. I mean, usually when I go in a IMAX like that, I want to go up a little higher. But I was with the guys. We were all having a good time, and I was like, I'm just here. I'm glad to be here. We sit down in the middle, and we have the reserved seats in front of us. And I was like, oh, that must be for press junket or something, covering the charity event and shit. That's cool, whatever. And then Ray Fisher and Chris Terrio and Ray Porter show up. Nice. And I'm like, oh, cool. They're right in front of me. I have to do everything in my power not to bother them. Okay, great. But you can see it in any video. I've got a green shirt on. Ray's just yeah. And everyone's like, we love you. And I'm just I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say anything. I know I probably would have then maybe said something like, "Hey, love you guys," and that's it. But leave them alone. Crazy.
On the off chance this is the only time I ever see these people in my life, I just didn't. I mean, other than maybe a convention or something like a Comic-Con or whatever, I was just trying so hard to just just be professional about the whole thing and everything. But there were a few weird things that happened to me that weekend, just by chance, because coming into the Zack Snyder for the Zack Snyder screening, right as I'm getting my ticket, Zack walks through the door. So I was able to get a handshake and just be like, hey man, and then I think I blacked out. I don't remember what happened after that, but I think he had to go up the stairs or whatever. Yeah. The Man of Steel screening, I hate to admit this, but I was a complete idiot that day. I don't know why, but I read the Q&A time, and my brain was like, oh, the movie starts at 8:45 or something. Cool, whatever. So I showed up at 7. The movie's, of course, already going through. But the volunteers were extremely nice and very accommodating and stuff, and they let me go in, and I got in right as Clark is coming out of the fortress and has the suit for the first time. So
nice.
Yeah.
Great timing.
So it worked out. But then later I saw on Twitter and all these other things that the cocktail hour and Zach meeting and taking pictures of everyone. I was like, oh, cool, and I died a little inside. And but before that, in that timing and stuff, I made it a plan that day early to just go to comic stores within the area because I like to go, and I'm not in LA very often. So I went into Golden Apple Comics to just see what was there because I'd always seen it advertised through Collider and stuff like that. There used to be a show where they had celebrities come in there and stuff, and the store was great. It was very much centered on comics and graphic novels and D&D and stuff like that. and I'm waiting on a text from a friend because there's an item there that I may want to get him, and I'm waiting to hear back from him. Joe Magniello walks into the store.
No shit.
What?
That's dope.
I at first I thought I was
picture
like,
with him.
yeah,
he's a big D&D nerd.
Yeah.
Oh,
exactly.
So he came into the store. At first I was like, it can't be him because like, what are the chances I'm at a Zack Snyder event and he comes through the door? But I was like, he does live in LA.
So crazy.
Yeah. But,
Right.
and there's a lot of guys that have kind of Joe's look because he's wearing like shades. He's got some gray temple and stuff. But then I see he's got the little dog, which I know is Sophia's dog. And I was like, that's him. It's got to be him. So he came there with his nephew, I guess, to get D&D and comics and stuff like that. And so he was very, very nice, very approachable. I stammer in real life a little bit, so talking to him, I kind of stumbled on his name, even though I know how to pronounce it. He corrected me. He's like, "Yes, I'm Joe Magniello." I was like, "That's cool." I'm like, "I'm here for the event for Zach's thing." He's like, "Oh, that's really cool." And I said, "Yeah." And I asked about, "No, do you do selfies or pictures?" And he was like, "Yeah, yeah." I was like, "Oh, but do your thing, and that's totally fine." And and then later, I saw him in the back, or I don't know if you can.
Yeah, you can see
that's rad.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's super rad.
Yeah, so
yeah.
He was super down to earth, and he's just talking shop of like D&D and comic books to one of the main clerks back there, and like the far back of the store and stuff like that. Just he's just like us, except he's like he looks like Joe Magniello, and he has Sofia Vergara as a wife.
Yeah, shoulders like
he was Destro. There's that too.
Yeah. Well, I showed that to Dave, and I showed it to a bunch of people before the last screening, and they were like, "Oh, he's probably going to come and show up." I'd be like, "That'd be great," but I think he lives in LA. I don't think it's that much of a coincidence. He is a nerd. He would go to a comic store. So but as it turned out, he didn't come. But they had a pretty big Q&A. They had a lot of people there. So I mean,
I don't think there would have been enough space for Joe because he's a big dude. You already have Ben there. You got Ray there. Yep. I mean, those two are big, huge dudes, and I mean, my God. So yeah, that would have been somebody would have had to stand.
Oh man, seeing Ray Ray Fisher there, and just like the crowd just erupted, and dudes in the back starting the chanting "Borg life, Borg life." Oh my God, my whole heart just like was filled with joy, and seeing him run into the crowd and just be a part of that energy, and he just seems like a very, very wonderful person.
And boy is tall.
So, yes, he is.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Yeah.
During the intermission,
during
the intermission, I'm like walking up the other way so I can go use the restroom and come back and get back in my seat. But as I'm walking up the stairs, both Ray Fisher and Chris Terry are walking down. And fortunately enough, I held my fist out and Ray Fisher gave me a fist bump. I was like, "Yes, cool." Nice. And then in a split second, I just looked over, and as Chris Terry is passing me, I was like, "Argo is awesome."
Yes. And he was like, an Oscar. Good for you.
He just nodded. I was like, "Oh, thank God." Because, I just love the way he wrote both BVS and Zack Snyder's Justice League. Argo, obviously, he's just one of those writers that sticks with. And Rise of Skywalker, obviously. I'm one of the few defenders of Rise of Skywalker. I love that movie to death. And I think he deserves a lot of credit for having to write that film and the trials and tribulations that went into making that movie, obviously.
That's one thing. Yeah, that he had to go through. No, but it was I wish I would have gotten to shake Ray's hand, but obviously it's just pure madness going on that day. But I wanted to kind of go around, and so I mean, obviously that was again, that's just crazy. It's just crazy, Paul, that you fly across for a Zack Snyder event and you happen chance to go to a comic book stop as soon as Joe Manganiello. I always say his name wrong. See, I'm always bad with him.
But Magniello, I believe.
I don't know, something like that. I mean, I got to interview him actually with this shirt, right? JusticeCon 2021, which was right. And of course, there was audio issues, so it was a little But we connected on Metallica because I knew he was a Metallica.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I love that.
Oh, by the way, Dave, I've been telling you to watch Mythic Quest, and he shows up in the third season of Mythic Quest. About that.
I'll have to go. But getting so Rebecca, what day did you actually get to the event?
I was there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so I got there Friday afternoon. I was there when the line kind of first started forming, and so yeah, I had a
Well,
great
we're talking
time
about
all
like
weekend.
flying
Oh,
into
flying
California.
in.
Because you know, this guy down here had an adventure.
Yeah,
you guys are from this. You were from Alabama too, right?
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah,
I didn't go on the same flight that Scott did,
Yeah, thank God.
unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess. No, I went. I got there Thursday afternoon sometime, and I actually was doing some sightseeing. And this sounds so morbid, but it was actually kind of cool. Before we went to Pasadena. We hung around in like the Glendale area and went to the Forest Lawn Cemetery there. We went to a couple of different cemeteries just to see where we were kind of like sightseeing famous people graves and things like that. So I know it sounds really morbid, but it's actually pretty interesting. Cool. So we saw like where Debbie Reynolds and Carrie Fisher are buried, Betty Davis's, Elizabeth Taylor, Clark Gable, Jimmy Stewart. I wanted to find out where Jimmy Stewart was buried. So we kind of did kind of a macabre thing before we went to Pasadena to the Art Center College of Design. But yeah, I got there Thursday and thankfully did not have the same hero's journey that Scott went on.
Jeez. Yeah, because I mean, I love the fact that it was funny because I live 60 miles away, so I wrapped up everything here and then drove out there to pick up Steven and Joey from Burbank, which, oh man, Burbank was just nice to get in and out. If you're ever flying into Southern California, choose Burbank if you can.
I know everyone told us like they were like Burbank's more expensive. Burbank's like it's like all sorts of stuff, and like we got cheaper flights into there than we would have otherwise. And then everyone was complaining about LAX. They were like, "Oh, it's gonna take forever to get dropped off. It was further away. It was a nightmare picking people up." And you picked us up on Thursday, and that was easy. It seemed like from our side. Yeah. And then Ishan dropped us off on Monday, and that was also easy. And so I don't know. Maybe there's some secret horrible thing about Burbank that we'll find out if we do it again. But I thought it was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think I was actually on Steven's flight.
Oh, yeah.
I think we actually sat. I didn't realize it at the time because I was trying to take a nap, but I think I was like across the aisle from y'all. But
yeah, I think that was mentioned because there was like you guys had a layover in Denver. Did you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
There you go.
Yeah,
So
the benefit of the Burbank stuff was we thought this was interesting, my brother and me, that you can deplane from the back of the plane at Burbank. Yeah, so that was kind of a different situation. So I highly recommend the Bob Hope Burbank Airport.
Yeah, for sure. That was on the way out. On the way out, you were on our flight. Or the way back?
I don't know. We went to Dallas and then on to Birmingham. So I don't know if we were on that same flight, but we just happened to be on that one going to Burbank.
Oh, the one going to Burbank.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was so out of it that whole day. So
yeah, I was trying to sleep, so I was totally unaware of my surroundings.
What were you gonna say, Ray?
Yeah, so I flew into Burbank as well. I'm based in the Bay Area, and it was a relatively quick flight. And I discovered the most amazing regional coffee brand is that y'all also got to frequent. Jones Coffee, big shout out to them.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Love it. Their cold brew, super on point.
It's amazing, and those coffee cake
spiced
donuts.
Coffee cake donuts.
I didn't get one. I should have gotten one.
I got one the first.
I'll be right back.
I got one the first day because I don't normally eat donuts anymore, but I was like, I'm at Jones Coffee, let's get a donut. And then I was like, I'm getting a second one of those. And then I had to go back on Monday again and get it again. And then that other breakfast place in Burbank was
Chibo.
Chibo's. You know what's funny?
In Burbank, yeah.
There's actually like a main restaurant. There's about 4 locations. My mom was actually telling me 4 locations. We went to an express one. So if the quality was that good at that smaller location, imagine going to the actual restaurant. I mean, one of the best breakfast burritos I ever had. Like, my God. And you guys had like the...
It's like a high praise for a breakfast burrito, too, because how often have you had a breakfast burrito and been like, this one is a step above all the other breakfast burritos.
Exactly. But there was something that had like a sauce, like a cheese sauce or some kind of sauce in there. I was like, it was amazing.
Well, Scott and I split those breakfast sandwiches there's a breakfast sandwich on an English muffin, and there was like some spinach on it, which normally that's like you're like, okay, it's gonna be egg white, there's gonna be no flavor. It's like that's just kind of my impression when I see something on an English muffin with spinach. That was it was everything. It hit all corners of the flavor palette. It was amazing.
Yeah, I know. Here we are talking about breakfast burritos and breakfast sandwiches.
That's
the
exactly
English muffin,
what they're here for.
The English muffin was toasted and buttered, so there was a crunch, but also the chew was still there. It wasn't like it was amazing.
Yeah, this is
Very
when
good.
we met up with fans, which was cool at the Batman statue.
Yeah.
After trying to find a place to eat. I know we had directional problems.
Oh my God, Sunday was a comedy of errors. I mean, we couldn't get out of the
Sunday
parking
every
deck.
day.
It was it seemed like it was every day trying to find our way. We couldn't almost find our way out of a parking garage. All of a sudden when we left this location, we were just kind of like we
I was scared of
it turned out we should have listened to Joey, who's here right now.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
always listen to
There he
Joey.
is.
What's good?
How's it
Yo,
going?
man.
Nice.
My
Wearing
guy.
the shades, I like it.
Had to.
You got to. Yeah, we were just talking about how we should have been listening to you more when it came to.
I know it's how it always goes.
Yes, I know. But it was fun though. But yeah, we had some of those kind of adventures. Obviously, we had Ishan who was driving us in the Armada. So obviously, naturally, we had to make the jokes to ready the Armada. I don't think we went overboard. I don't think we went that overboard with it.
We could have gone a little bit harder, I think.
Yeah.
We made a lot of references to it, but we didn't have an official ready the Armada cry ever when we went to it. It's like someone would say it, but there was no we definitely
There's
didn't
no
overdo
chant.
it.
We all knew it was going to be ridiculous if we started doing it too much.
Yeah, Steven was saying it in his sleep.
I feel like we had more fun with it, to be honest.
Yeah. But thank you for joining, Joey. How's it going?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. We're just Porter was here, but he's at the Philly. What do they call that con? It was kind of like a con. What
Conopolis, I think.
Something like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He mentioned that on ACS's stream.
Mhm.
So it was great that he stopped by, but yeah, he was here for about 10 minutes and then bounced.
Dang.
But we're just kind of just talking about the adventure. So we raving about the breakfast that we had. That's what we're talking about as you were coming in.
Yeah,
You
that was
didn't get
one
a
of your top
sandwich or a
highlights.
burrito, huh?
No, I went classic breakfast, and then as it happens, we had to go immediately. So I got to eat the classic breakfast it was just in a box
In front of the Batman statue.
Yeah.
And then you gave me one of your pieces of toast, and then I ate that toast, and I was like, he's gonna tell me that he was sorry that he gave away this piece of toast. And then you were like, even the toast was good. I wish that I hadn't given that piece to Steven. And I was like,
No, that's not what I said. I said I wish I had gotten more because I had the pancakes, and I was like, those were.
One way you could have had more was.
I was like,
you didn't
those
give
were
her that piece.
those were lacking compared to the toast.
Yeah, I know. All I know is I would go back to that place. I'd drive the 60 miles just to get a couple of breakfast burritos.
That was the weird thing was that the food all weekend was just amazing. Even at the cocktail hour at the Art Center on Friday, there was the pizza. I know, Joey, you got the pizza. I went to the food truck because I got that nobody puts brisket in a corner, and I felt so bad because I was like, I finally saw Rebecca, and so this was my first chance to talk to Rebecca the whole time while I'm with my fork going,
Everybody was doing that. It was fun.
Yeah, I was doing that, bouncing my drink, talking to Rebecca. And then a Squadcast patron stopped by, and we ended up having a nice little conversation until Dave came over and tugged my sleeve. Was like, "Would you like to meet Christina Wren?" I was like, "Bye, Rebecca. Going."
No offense.
Over here, guys. Yeah, that was cool. But when I picked up Steven and Joe, we had the idea of hey, we should get supplies and buy some stuff, and we're not eating out all the time. But
we ate out all the time.
I think I bought an 18-pack of eggs that I just left.
It's such a defeated purpose. We bought food and then we did not eat it. There's still that carton of eggs there that when you left.
I warned you about the eggs. I actually had two whole meals from what I bought.
I'm sure the family in the backyard would appreciate those eggs.
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
man.
So anybody who hasn't heard, I talked about it on Film Junkie Live on Monday. you haven't heard the story, yeah, it was when we first pulled up. There was like a young kid that was just like kind of cleaning things in the yard. It seemed like, right? He was doing like, I don't know.
He was
I mean, I feel like you need to
doing,
clarify when you use the word kid. I think that
he's like
given
20,
where the
something like
story goes, that he's like,
Well, I mean, he's probably in his 20s. That's how,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
kid
Yeah.
isn't bad.
That's
Not
very-
like that. He's
super
not like
young, super young
60.
compared to Dave.
later on in the story, you're going to want that clarification.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh man, good call, Steven. Good call. Good call. But okay. So this young dude, 20-something, was doing that, and so we're like, okay, go over here. We just thought, all right, maybe he's just gonna do whatever, and then bounce. So then later on, when everybody else got there, like Phil and Ishan and Jason, when they got there, I was like, and Craig was there too. We were just kind of going like, oh, okay. So we were trying to figure out where everybody was going to sleep. And, at this point, I think Steven and Joey were passed out. You guys were already done.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was gone.
Yeah. That's what that rumble was in that bedroom. I'm just kidding.
No, that's what it was. Yeah.
So then I was like kind of telling like how the layout, like how crazy it was, because there's a lot of additions that they're adding to the house and not properly done. It was very strange. And then there's like this little back shed, almost like, it was like bigger than a shed, but it was like a back that looked like it was being done too. It had like cardboard in the windows, and it had like a screen like wrapped around. I don't know. It was very strange. And we thought, oh, is this like part of it? Is there like a bed in here maybe? And I just decided to open up the door, and there's a light on. It's messy, and I'm hearing typing, and I peek around the corner, and that dude that was there is playing video games. This is at midnight, still just there. And I went, oh shit! And I just closed the door, looked at Craig. I'm like, there's a fucking dude in there. Like, what the? And we just walked.
Not
right
a kid.
Yeah, not a kid.
Young adult.
Young adult.
Young buck.
Yes, a young buck. Not a
Steven, did you tell them about the Fast and Furious barbecue that we didn't get to have?
Oh yeah.
Oh god.
Steven.
Yeah, well, it was that we had a table in a little garden area, and so we were like, we should do a Fast and Furious barbecue.
Yeah.
And then every time we like went to the grocery store, Joey was like, should we get the stuff for the Fast and Furious barbecue now? And I was like, based on the way plans are going, like we don't want that stuff just sitting in the fridge indefinitely. And so we kept on putting it off, and then I don't know if it didn't happen because we kept on putting it off, or if we just made a wise decision of not getting the stuff. But
no, you made a wise decision, because I want to tell you what, I don't know what plans you're talking about, because there were no literally that entire weekend was, at least from our end, I'd be very curious to hear from like Paul and Rebecca and Rhea's perspective, but from like us dudes at the Airbnb, it just like, we just seem to be going where the forces took us from one place to another.
From like 6:30 a.m. until 3 a.m. every night. It was like we were making wrong left turns instead of right turns somewhere out in Pasadena. Like that was it was that and watching movies. And I don't know what happened outside.
I'm surprised Steven didn't start playing Rocky 3 on Netflix one night.
Yeah.
No, instead of one night, he puts our first podcast we did together on, and it was
that was hilarious.
Yeah, I was like, why are you putting this on? Our voices sound all like, yeah. I mean, it was all, it was 4 years.
And then the next night we decided to like cast the Christina Wren hummus commercial on the TVs.
But it was funny because like you guys were even talking about planning on recording something or like doing like a stream, and that just went out the window like immediately.
I loved Phil's not live stream, but it might as well have been a live stream, because you were recording your whole journey, especially from NorCal to SoCal. So I appreciate that. That was a fun time to watch.
Oh man, that was definitely a journey in and of itself. That was so I'm just on Thursday all day at work, just kind of knee jerking the entire time, just tapping my knee, tapping my foot, like I want to go. And then finally 2 o'clock happens, and I get off work and I head home and I get packed, and Ishan picks me up at about 3:15. We get on the road at about 4 o'clock. We pick up some supplies for the road, and then we go and get Jason at about 5:30, and then it's just a straight shot from Susan City all the way to LA. And man, we got into LA at about 11:30, and that was an experience. And we didn't go to bed until like, I don't know, maybe 12, 1 o'clock, something like that. And then I went with Dave and Jason to go get Scott the next morning because Scott had quite a journey himself.
I was like, oh, he's gonna be grumpy.
And then we got Dunkin' Donuts. I had Dunkin' Donuts for the first time in my entire life.
That was your first
Really?
time?
That was the first time, yeah.
Damn.
I swear, yeah.
What's your review on it?
It was. I didn't have any coffee. I didn't have any donuts, but it was good.
Fair.
Now, granted, you need to
What they
understand.
specialize.
I bought Dave's breakfast. I bought his tacos. I bought his coffee. I got us half a dozen donuts. Now Joey, you were with me when I woke up the next morning, and I was like, "Where's my blueberry donut?" And the box was gone. I was like,
I didn't eat it though. That you made it sound like I
"Somebody
ate it.
ate
That was
my
not me.
donut."
That was not me. That was someone else. But I remember you saying like, "That's mine." You told everybody. You were like, "This
Yes.
is my blueberry donut." And then probably within the hour somebody ate it.
I
I
feel
had
bad.
the last one in the box, but it wasn't a blueberry one. It was a glazed. It was a glazed one.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
want to tell on him, but I think it was Jason.
Oh,
Good thing he's not here.
I can't be mad at Jason. He's a sweetheart.
Can't be mad.
Yeah.
He's a
Can't
sweetheart.
be mad at Jason.
I was gonna say I feel bad because Jacob and I's experience was like kind of the opposite. We were able to explore Pasadena. I got his eyebrows done. That was fun, and yeah, no, they looked great. And
Nice.
we got to explore and eat at all these different places. Just go our own way as far as like timing and stuff. And plus, the Man of Steel show wasn't even until 6, so we had hella time to just come through, visit Dave and them at their Airbnb, and for me to get ready for my stream the next day. So yeah, it was rad.
It was cool. When it came to your journey, Paul, how was yours? Was it smooth?
Sort of. So I stayed at the Pasadena Hotel and Pool. It was interesting because that was my first time ever in LA. And it kind of lived up to what I assumed it was going to be, which was very hot. It's one of the reasons why I didn't wear the black Justice League shirts all the time. I mean, I own all pretty much all the ones that have been through Ink for the People and all that stuff. But I was like, I don't want to die of heat stroke before I get to the actual
Okay,
screen.
Paul, I have to ask this because you're saying this. Where are you from originally?
So I grew up in New Hampshire, but I've been living in Cape Cod.
Okay, that explains it. There we go.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
That wasn't hot. Rebecca and I know hot.
Yeah,
No,
come to Alabama. In
What?
August,
To be fair, the only time I was ever discomforted by the heat, the entire time I was really there, was when we were standing in the line to get into Zack Snyder's Justice League. There wasn't really, for some reason, like the way that was designed, like where the line was, like I'm saying for in general, they must have used that before for other showings.
Yeah.
That they could have had shade, and they didn't.
yeah, there
for
was
whatever.
absolutely no shade.
But then they had the little children come out and do that like show across from us, and it was like the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. And again, I'm not against the kids. I know they like the singing and the dancing, but like I was like, can they please just let us inside where there's no children singing? And well, anyway, my trip, I came in on the 27th. I flew JetBlue. It was an okay flight, but there was a lot of turbulence and stuff. And, there's always the air pressure too. I came off like really I had like motion sickness. I just was really out of it. And I wandered around Lax for a while, just trying to get the hell out of there and because I knew that there had to be a place to find like the Ubers to pick you up and whatnot, or like the areas to pick you up, the zones. So it took me like an hour to find that. Then I finally got to the hotel, and I just remember like I got there, I got in, and I was more tired than I realized. I just wanted to get away from like being driven around in motion, and I went to bed at like 6 and woke up at like 4 in the morning, like of like the day of the Man of Steel screening.
Wow.
So I was more tired than I realized. And then there's also the time difference too. So. But other than that, it was pretty much smooth sailing for the rest of the weekend and stuff. I just wish I had prepped better and like trying to get there on time for Man of Steel. And I think next time I come, I'm just going to get a rental car because I probably would have spent the same amount of money on what I did on Ubers to go like 5 miles. It's like anywhere between 25 and like, $40 to go. Not that far honestly. But again, I know the Uber drivers are all getting screwed over anyway. So I just, I used that. I got around, everything worked out. Didn't have to find parking anywhere. So, but overall it was a cool trip. I only wish maybe that I'd stuck around a little bit longer at, Universal to go to Super Nintendo World because
That's right. You were talking about
wow.
that night.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I had to get back to the hotel and just get in. But yeah, I wish I could have gone a little bit more to actually experience more of LA. But you know me, I just like comic stores, so that's all.
Well, I mean, you got to meet Joe Mang randomly at a freaking comic book shop. I mean, that was insane.
Yeah,
that's I mean, just the off chance that happened, that still blows my mind that was the case. Like you saw, I'm gonna go here because I hear this comic book shop is always talked about, and then just so happens that Deathstroke fucking walks in.
Yeah, so
pretty fly for a Filipino guy wanted to take me over to House of Secrets because that's the comic book store that's at the intro of the DC animated shorts.
Yeah,
DC Showcase is what they were called. They were the special features on those direct-to-video anime movies. He's like, "Oh yeah, that's a real store. It's right over there." I was like,
I know.
I don't have time.
I know there was things where I was like, man, we should visit some, but it just seemed like you said, Steven, it was just, we didn't really have plans. And anytime that we were trying to navigate somewhere, it was always like took way longer than it should.
Yeah.
Even when we went to Target, it was like, wait, and then that Target was weird. I never been to a 2-story Target.
Oh yeah.
We had so much fun.
We went there like Friday morning, was it, Steven?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's when I wasn't talking.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's right.
Because
I was the JD or Silent Bob.
Well, yeah, because that was the whole other layer. Is even normally, like, I'm used to when everyone gets like in that sort of decision lock socially. I'm like, okay, let's just do whatever. And then, but I woke up Friday, and I could feel like laryngitis coming on. Then usually when that happens to me, like I've done it before and I had like a podcast or something, I'm like, I'll push through, it'll be fine. And in the middle of the podcast, my voice just goes out entirely. And I'm like, I'm supposed to talk to Zach tonight. And so I just didn't talk, like basically almost at all the whole day. I took a nap and I came down. And Raya was there, and I was like, I'm probably gonna be sitting like a jerk right now, but we haven't met before. But like, I'm just gonna not like I can't talk because
You did the hey guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. A lot of nodding, a lot of
hand gestures.
Well, even at that point, like when I got there, we didn't know yet like what night we had.
Yeah.
So you were having to be quiet just on the off chance.
Yeah.
That Friday, it wasn't until Raya came by that I woke up to my email from Wes going, okay, I got BVS.
Yeah, I was at Target at the time when I got that. And I told the guys, I was like, well, I guess I'm going on. Because I looked at the time and went, 6:10. It starts at 6. Oh, shit, I'm going on first. And I was like,
oh, boy.
I looked at the guy, and I looked at like Phil and everybody. I'm like, I guess I'm going on first. And I was like...
That was
let's get the booze.
The cool highlights, I think, was once I got. And it's people talked about two things in my panel: my shoes and that I drank 2 whole bottles of water. Actually, it's funny because one of them was your bottles, but it wasn't opened. But they didn't. People didn't know that, so like he's opening Dave's bottle. But that was like one of the highlights for me was that you and I did that first night, and like after the last like 5 years and stuff, that we could just be like. After our parts, just like chilling in the green room. It was like very like of all the full circle things that happened, that was just another one of those like what did I say when I posted the picture? Look at us.
Yeah, look at us. That's what was crazy. I mean, like I posted our first message, which was about Zach, about Justice League. Did that feel like a Snyder film to you? Nope. And that was our first message. And then the whole time, this whole time and coming on here, you were probably the first guest on the Vodka stream. We did a podcast together when I was doing a podcast that didn't last long. It just went into the Vodka stream. And then just the fact that we
not that easy, Dave. Podcasts are not that easy.
I know. I'm visual. I'm still animated. I'm moving around a lot, so and then just the fact that we were first, and the fact that just sitting there, and then I just stayed. I thought like, do I leave? Do I not? And they were like, no, you can chill. And I'm like, all right, little grinder. I was eating a little empanadas. You got a beer? Can we get a beer? It was just crazy.
Yeah, it's funny. We were halfway through the movie, and I was just like, Dave's missing a lot.
Joey and I were looking at each other going, they're not coming back.
I was like, not. We were hanging out with Christina Wren backstage, and everyone was back there. It was awesome.
I was like, was it a super secret? Like they showed them the secrets, now they have to take them away or something? They're gone.
Yeah, we gotta
the secrets of the green room.
Yeah.
Well, I remember when I was Oh, go ahead, Steven.
I was gonna say when they were describing it as a green room, I didn't expect like to.
That's
A
the
Black
thing.
Box Theater.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He was talking about it like he's like, oh, we'll have a little corner for you guys to shoot something in. I ended up taking. He's like, you can shoot it on your cell phone or whatever. I was like, I have my DSLR. Can I shoot with that? And he's like, yeah, sure. And I'm glad that I did because then I ended up being able to take a bunch. Like the lighting back there was amazing.
Dude,
if you saw like the footage that I posted on our, it's for free, but it's on our the BVS by the Minute Patreon.
Nice.
Or Dave posted some pictures that I snapped of him talking to Zach, and like the lighting is like was so
Perfect.
like I wish that I could have just taken pictures in the green room more.
Yeah, because it was kind of weird because I was like, wait a minute, are we going to be able to just like record like our whole session? I mean, I know it's streaming, but I was like, but then they're like, no, you get like an extra 10 minutes with Zach. So I was like, all right, cool. And then I should have just had somebody like hold the thing as opposed, but I did it all, you know.
I did the same thing. Zach goes out of frame every once in a while because I'm just holding it. And then...
I thought that was kind of cool though.
It was a really cool vibe for yours, especially because you're like talking about what's on the screen, and also it's for some good pictures for me because you guys are like all stretched out with the camera.
Yeah, and then I did appreciate that it was on cocktail hour, night because it made it a little bit more loose because obviously Zach
jealous
was out
of
there.
that, by the way.
Well, and of all people for you to kick the whole thing off too was very like. It made me nervous because I'm going up there not even know if my voice is gonna last, and made like you're being Mr. Entertainer Joker with Zach the whole time, and then I'm like, oh man. So I got my driver's license at the DMV in Plano.
Yeah, no, it was just I know, but like you said, I mean, Wes he played it down. Like when you talked to us in the line, and we were just like, okay, so it's gonna be a small little the whole freaking area. There's people in the seats watching that are wearing the shirts. We got Debbie over here. We got people from Vero walking all over the place, and it was just kind of going.
And art student and art center students watching it. And
that was also cool meeting all the people from Vero. Also, just people that we've known on the platform that have been liking and sharing stuff this whole time. Then
so nice. They came up after, and they're so nice to the whole thing. Yeah, it was so great. That was so great, you guys. Good chemistry and blah, blah, they were just so very nice. So, but it was just because you couldn't bring drinks into the theater. So
Audrey got onto you for that, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It was great too, by the way. It was great to meet Audrey, Zach's sister. Awesome. So great. But go ahead.
I was gonna say I got to run into Andre Nicotina, and I got to take a picture with him and Phil. Phil just had like an awesome energy, especially he erupted when Ben came on stage. Oh my god, it was like yes, I felt like every like echo in my ear off of your excitement, and you're like, I loved you in Mallrats.
Yes.
I'm like, yes, he
like
he heard that. Like, your voice was just amplifying through the theater.
Yeah.
You walked by and Phil was like, is that the asshole from Fashionably Male?
Were you and Geely? Was that you?
Shannon Hamilton here.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's the truth. I mean, one of the first movies I ever saw Ben Affleck in was absolutely Mallrats. It was like it's. I mean, right in the opening credits of that movie, his character is homaged as fucking Batman. For God's sake, it's
Batman. We actually have a
sure,
comic book cover where he's Buttman in it.
Exactly.
Like,
And the entire time, I'm just like, oh, they're spoofing Batman, and thinking about it, like, oh, I guess he does kind of look like Bruce Wayne. Not knowing so many years later, like, sure enough, he'd be Bruce
Phil,
Wayne.
you would believe this is so on character for me. But you know what? I think the first movie I ever saw Ben Affleck in was
what?
Shakespeare in Love.
Oh wow!
Of course it was.
Okay.
that makes sense. We're over here going like, you was in the movie with the guys that go snoochie boochies, and then you're
I thought Scott was gonna be like, I actually have a copy of Buttman that they made especially for Mallrats.
I got it right here.
Yeah.
No, I didn't watch the New Jersey saga until college. No. And Chasing Amy's my favorite of those.
Oh, Chasing Amy
is brilliant. I love Chasing Amy.
Good one.
But yeah, I mean, like,
Dogma.
so I was like glad that it felt a lot loose. It felt loose because there was booze involved. Obviously, hey, look what I do. As I make noise.
Got enough booze there, Dave?
Just kidding, we're good. No, but I know that tequila. What did you put in that thing, Dwayne Johnson? Anyways. creatine. So I didn't have my drink, and then Zach comes in and he's got a drink, and he's filming us, and I'm like, hey, can I get one of those? You know, those things were sugary as hell, by the way. It gave me a headache.
Though.
Yeah, I know they were good.
That was one of my
They gave me like
regrets,
a half a blood orange in one. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
I didn't get to try any of the drinks or because that was at a point still where I was starting to talk, but I was like, I am not drinking any alcohol before, like based on my voice. So, but I took a picture of the menu, so I'm gonna try to recreate some of them.
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
Yeah, the Man of Steel one was like non-alcoholic, but you could have it with
vodka,
something in it.
I think.
Yeah, vodka.
They gave you the option of vodka and tequila because I asked them if they could spike the Man of Steel one for me, and so I was like, "Oh, I'll take the vodka, thank you very much."
You should have asked if you could get it with a twist.
The Batman v Superman was absolutely delicious.
Oh, that's good scene. It was good.
That one was delicious.
Oh no, but like yeah, that's why I didn't even touch the water. We were just sipping that. But yeah, it was great. Rebecca, when you got back there, how were you feeling when you saw the layout?
She was like blood, I'll tell you that.
I don't know if I looked it, but I was actually kind of nervous, and not nervous in the aspect of meeting Zach, but I was nervous about like striking the right balance of like trying to interview him, but also sharing my thoughts. I'm very conscious about that kind of thing. So I was actually kind of nervous. I was like, stop freaking out, Rebecca. It's going to be fine. So Wes takes me back there, and it, like everybody says, a big room, a lot of people kind of just hanging out. And one of the things that was really funny to me was that Wes introduced me to Zach, and the first thing he said to me was he kind of shook my hand and said something like, I feel like I already know you. And I was like, me too. So it was kind of funny in that way, because sometimes I share my BBS videos on Vero, and he might, kind of scroll through and see those things there. But it was pretty easy and fun just to kind of, talk to him about the film. I talk about BBS all the time, and I know Steven does too. So it's pretty easy to talk about that film. But it was weird to me because we sat down, and right as the stream started, I don't know how for everybody else, but it got really quiet. Like you could hear a pin drop when the stream started, and then afterwards, everybody kind of started talking in the background. But right when I was introducing myself, like it was just dead silent. So that was a little nerve-wracking, but I think it went really well. And I would echo, I think maybe Dave said it, but the Vero people were awesome. They were really encouraging. The people that they had hired to do the video production were total pros. Getting mic'd up and doing all that stuff was really easy. And so I can't speak more highly of the Vero team. They were really incredible, and everything seemed to, I don't know what it was like on the viewing end of things, but it seemed like from our side at the Full Circle event, it went really smoothly. So I thought they did such a good job.
And Rebecca, I got to say, because I intentionally, when I got done with my portion, I stopped over to talk to Audrey and Wes, and then you walked in. I was like, oh hell yeah, I'm staying for this. And you were just, I've told you since that night, and you were incredible. Ray, I still haven't got a chance to watch yours yet because you went before me, so it wasn't like I got to like camp out in the room and like watch you and Jacob, but I did stay for Rebecca, and you do not understand how jealous I was about like just how good you were and how smooth you came. Like there was no nerves that I could, like you just slipped in, and it was incredible to watch.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. I think a lot of it is because I've been doing a podcast since 2015, Supergirl Radio. You can come check us out. But I moderate conversations all the time. So it's kind of become a skill that I've developed. So that wasn't very hard for me. But what I thought was really cool, because I did check out what Dave and Steven did on the Man of Steel night, and I saw some of Rhea's and watched some of yours, Scott. And I think what was cool about all that is we all approached the films from different perspectives. We all had different things that we wanted to talk with him about, and talking about the different ways that we read and interpret the films. And I thought that was really cool that we all brought our own life experiences and our own curiosity to it. So I hope that it was interesting for other people to watch. But for me, that's what I thought was so cool about it, is that we all kind of have our different way of looking at those films.
I was really curious because Vero was. I mean, you had those guys with Tom, the head of community at Vero, who were like watching the live chat like as we were going, and there was a part of me that was just like, I wanted to be like, could someone tell me what the comment? Like Tom came over to me.
No,
because Tom came over to me and was like, all the feedback I got was, I loved this. It was very knowledgeable. That was the two things I got. Very knowledgeable, and they loved your shirt. I was just like, great. I'm glad my wardrobe choices won Vero over.
Hey, take it.
Speaking of shirts, I was super tempted to get another shirt, so I ordered one before before traveling to the event, and I was like, watch me buy one, and then my one I actually ordered gets fulfilled. So I ended up getting some posters and a shirt for Mad Max that I ended up shipping over to him. Oh, and thank you to Zach for doing that shout out for him as well. But I totally butchered Max's channel name, so I just wanted to call myself out for that. But that was very kind of him to do.
Wow, no, Zach's cool like that. Yeah, I know. Like, what were you gonna say, Steven? You were gonna say something about.
Oh, I was gonna say that it's funny because I was jealous of you guys for getting assigned to BVS because obviously I talk a little bit about BVS, and I realized after the fact, like after I did mine, that I kind of lucked out because of my voice not being on BVS, because I had like I would have had way too much to say, and so my strategy, because my voice had to be, what can I say to get Zach to like talk more about things with my word economy.
And so because after the first day, Steven wouldn't shut the fuck up after that.
Oh yeah, well, my voice came back.
I joked that he had that itinerary of like stuff that people said the day before, and he was like, I have to respond to everything you guys said.
Yeah, but it was funny because I got off and Audrey was like, oh yeah, I did a great job, but I was like, yeah, but I wasn't sure about my voice, so I just had to kind of do my best to keep Zach talking, and she's like, well, that's not a hard job.
Well, and then Zach and I, we had a joke, like, we looked at each other like, who's going to talk more during this? We actually had that joke, like, who's going to talk more, me or you, during this whole thing?
And I felt so bad. I felt bad because I felt like I didn't talk enough during my portion, because I felt like I had the part of the movie that was like, I mean, the movie's great, but this isn't the part of the movie that like interests me as much, or like I have like that much to talk about.
When you brought up, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, what segment did you actually get of the movie?
I when we started, I was at the tail end of the Red Capes Are Coming, all the way to, because I got Nightmare.
Yeah, you got the whole Nightmare.
I got the whole Nightmare.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot to go into that. Okay,
right, okay. But there's a lot of, but I also have a lot of Lex setting up his plan, and then I can't remember where we actually ended up, because the things I got to bring up that I was interested in, because I got the library party, so I did get to ask my Cole Porter question, because I was like, you got 2 Cole Porter songs in this movie, like, was that a choice or something? Like, I'm just kind of curious, and then I brought up. I felt like I gave a shout out to a lot of my like animated friends. I was like, I asked them about Wonder Bat, because I got the I got the Alexander museum scene.
Oh yeah, excellent scene.
And I'm just sitting there watching those two going, I'm just watching 2 beautiful people on screen right now.
Didn't he say like the thing was made of styrofoam or something like that?
No, he didn't say that during no, he was talking about the there was a statue in the library scene
that was made of that.
That was made of styrofoam, because he ended up being like in his office.
Yeah, he talked about that
because he was talking about the dressing. Because he was the one thing he did discuss during our commentary was that the outside of the party, was the real like University of Michigan like library. But then on the inside was a set, and so that was all set. And I don't think I actually knew that. I thought that was all filmed like on.
The museum curator is the actual museum curator from the Art Museum in Detroit.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Like the guy that leads her back there to show her the thing. Yeah, he's a real pro.
He didn't know he was being filmed. He just thought he was giving a tour.
Yeah. Like, who are these people? They look pretty. No, but Scott, like you guys did talk about the Batcave. You talked about where Bruce is living right now and how it's like a lot of things are glass. I thought that was pretty cool.
No,
like,
that was something I pulled out of my ass because I just
I thought I heard a noise.
Yeah, well, there
among
was
other things that weekend. What's up?
Thanks, man. But no, that was usually you go into it like Steven has been analyzing Batman v Superman like all these years, and and I've been watching it too, but I still will just watch the movie and will just have like random thoughts just come to me. And so as I was sitting there, after the mausoleum nightmare that he has, and I just went, oh my God, he's living in a glass house. And, and then the idea came up, was like, he's a man who's hiding so much, and yet he's living in a house that
you could see through.
You could see right in it.
Yeah.
Well, and then I love how Zach's answer took that to another level, though, because yes, he's 100% in a glass house, but it's at the middle of his property that he doesn't let anyone else on. So is it really a glass house? I was like, oh wow, he had it all very well thought out.
I know that was one of the few times that I was just like, okay, I feel happy about this answer. Because I'm sure Rhea and Rebecca, I'm sure you can all attest to the fact that when you're actually in the hot seat, you're like, everything you say, at least in my case, like, well, that was stupid. Why'd you say that? And then you just move on to the next thing.
Yeah, I was kind of self-conscious about the question I asked initially about whether or not Batman actually was lifted into the air by the bats. Like, if that actually happened, I'm like, damn it, of course that was figurative.
It's all good. I mean, that what's cool about that scene right there, I mean, obviously it's like what like looking above, I mean, he does look like a bat. Like, I always thought like that was
the image.
Because the way that his clothes are and everything, they did a pretty cool, like, it was, don't worry. I mean, it's like one of those things where you just go, you want to talk, you want to get every detail, that you, that with every scene, obviously you're talking to the freaking guy who's like creating this stuff. So, I talked about Clark's virginity with Zach because why not?
I think one of my favorites was you were on with him for the creche with the empty pod.
Yes.
And he didn't answer it then, but there was a few. I brought it up again on mine because he was talking about Samantha Wynn being cast as both an Amazon and a Kryptonian. And so there was, I was happy that it was like a few hour period where I was the only person, obviously on the stream, but to me, was the only person he had told about the fact that the pod had a predecessor of the Amazons in it.
See, that's what was cool. It was like, I got the pod scene, and obviously he didn't say much about it. But then when he was with you, and then when Samantha Wynn was her first scene in Man of Steel, he started doing that whole thing where he was planting the seeds already. About the whole Kryptonian and Amazonian connection, because he's like, Samantha Wynn, I think she's like the only character that plays, both an Amazonian and a Kryptonian in this. And I'm like, that's kind of interesting, kind of thing,
Yeah, I was like, because it was a rumor in like 2014 that was what they were doing. He's like, no, that's
what?
Exactly
Who wrote that? Could it be somebody who's in the chat right now? Andrew Dice? Is that what his name is? Yeah, Andrew Dice is in the
almost a decade ago. That's insane.
He wrote that right?
So the rumor came from Batman on Film, but Andrew wrote a defense of or explanation of why it makes sense.
Yeah.
In 2014, so we're full circle.
I was gonna say it's been a while for me, and I know I mean, I kind of assume Wonder Woman 1 to be in the Snyderverse, but also we know Jeff Johns had a lot of say in that movie to some degree too. When they're talking about the origins of stuff in the beginning, when Wonder Woman's mom is telling her all of the the past stuff and like the storybook basically, she's basically saying the gods created the Amazons in there, correct?
Yeah, it's very much follows Greek mythology. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Even in that movie, there's a bit of maybe that's not how it really happened, though. That's at least that's the story they tell themselves.
Yeah.
As Wonder Woman finds out, the story of her parentage was not fully.
Not
Not
what it
true.
seemed to be. Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's Zeus being a Kryptonian. Whoa! I know some people didn't like that idea. You know, I when I talked about it, I think on Wednesday, yeah, there's people that were just like, yeah, I didn't like that. I'm like, well, it really didn't. They didn't go with the idea, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind
It
of
was in the ether.
yeah, it was just
Yeah.
kind of cool to like because, like I said, it was like when that scene came about, he wouldn't, you know, he still wouldn't talk about it with me when that scene came about. But then he started hinting at that with Steven. So then he started, and then all of a sudden DJ just
Yeah,
goes,
DJ's
DJ
like, are you gonna
didn't give
tell
a
him?
rip.
Are you just gonna tell
Yeah.
him the story?
Yeah,
Tell
and
him the real
Steven-
story.
Steven's like, I want to be the only one who knows. Don't say
Yeah.
anything.
Jesus Christ.
So for everyone else, I was kind of curious. Like, we had some very fun. Every I mean, especially I think particularly the Man of Steel, and then especially Batman v Superman. The Q&As for those were we got at least one like zinger for every evening. So what was it like for everybody else, like sitting there going, "Oh my God, I'm in the room while this is being talked about. This is awesome."
Well, I will say that Phil and I leaped up at the same time and cheered when DJ did his mic drop. I mean, I remember like, and well, we all kind of did that, but I mean, we did kind of, you know, look at each other like, hey, does this person realize who wrote that book? And then when he did that, I think Phil and I just like leaped up and kind of like bumped into each other too while we did it because it was just like.
You guys hugged and you were like, yeah.
Yeah, we hugged and then yeah, did a little dance now. But
Someone needs to take that meme where everyone's like in the bar watching the game on TV.
Yeah.
And put DJ Mike.
that's a good idea.
Oh,
I expect that to be on Twitter
like,
before the vodka stream is over.
Yeah, someone just posted it right
that was so funny. But that kid asking that question, and that was just, man.
Oh man, he got cooked.
Man.
Wait,
Yes,
we're talking the Doomsday Clock question.
Yes,
Correct.
the Doomsday
Yeah.
Clock question. Yes.
Just masterpiece right there. Just
Yeah.
I did feel a little bit bad for him because I think some people on Twitter were ragging on him, but I think his question was a
People on
genuine.
Twitter were ragging on someone.
Yeah, it's
I
not
mean-
like Twitter is a cesspool.
I mean,
of nonsense.
given the material and the characters involved and who made respective movies about said characters, yeah, sure, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but it's just the fact that
Well, no, but look what we got out of it though. Like, how are you going to criticize?
Exactly.
That's what I said.
when,
Right.
That's what I said because I think he told one of you guys or Damon Caro was like, oh, he felt kind of bad.
Yeah,
I
he was
think
telling-
it was
telling me that.
it was me and
Yeah.
Scott. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, it's like, yeah, maybe he'll be like, I shouldn't ask that question. I didn't think. But then at the same time, it's like, dude, you freaking lit a match under DJ's ass.
Yeah.
Where
Oh,
he
I
just
think
like,
that match was already lit. It
Yeah.
just got...
yeah, he just said, okay, so I took some lighter fluid and went, yeah.
Rebecca,
right
what else were you about to say? I don't think you finished your comment.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, I thought his question was a genuine question.
Yeah.
That, you know, because Zach had made Watchmen and he worked on Justice League and all these films. So I thought the question itself was not so bad. I think it just, to the point that we're all discussing, it sort of lit a fire under things. So my reaction too was like one of shock. Scott brought up his Patreon supporter Dominic, and I made friends with Dominic last weekend, and we were sitting next to each other during the BBS Q&A, and we both kind of looked at each other with like jaws agape that it had just been like that just had happened. So it was quite the moment. I didn't expect that, but it was a good reminder for me that the Jeff Johns of it all. I don't want to go into too many scandalous details about all of that. But it didn't just affect Zach. It affected everyone who worked on those, the actors, the the special effects people. All those people were affected by all of that nonsense that happened during Justice League. And so for DJ to speak up about that, I thought that was a good reminder for me that it went through multiple levels. Well, so it was crazy.
DJ, was that on Dave's? Dave, was it on your stream when DJ said that it was his biggest regret of his career was not leaving?
Yes, that's what he said.
And participating in because literally he was like in the edit booth with like Whedon and presumably Johns.
Yeah. Ripping it apart.
Having to rip apart his friend's movie. So that's
and then to have to, with the new scenes and try to do special effects, which obviously when you've watched that, some of that shit just looks so goddamn awful. Like to have your name on that work. I mean, good God, so I could see like DJ, like nobody likes what happened. They don't
But
like
I
any
think
of
that
those
nobody,
guys.
and how it's a good example too of how even like Zach's friends didn't necessarily know what was, like if he stuck around, it would have been to try to soften the landing almost.
Mhm.
You know, because it's his as the VFX supervisor, it's his job to tell them like this will work, this won't work, let's do this, let's not do that, and that's that's his relationship with Zach. You know, he'll tell Zach, here's how you make that good, here's an idea for that, and Zach's very collaborative. And I don't think anyone realized just how much they were going to get railroaded so that's must have been
Just to
not
kind
fun.
of interject a positive moment from the panel. Patrick Tatopoulos, what an unsung hero.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's
yes.
so great.
Oh my gosh, he was just such a delight to listen to, and he was just very like casual about and non-pretentious about all of the intention behind his work on the film, because it informed a lot of us about some of the, like I said, intention behind like showing Krypton in a way that has never been, as visually detailed and composed with a good amount of screen time, actually, even though it was a very short segment of Man of Steel. Like it communicated like just enough, in my opinion, as far as like the landscape and the socio-political sort of tension that existed there. So I loved hearing about that, and also getting some FaceTime with him. Like, he was so great. He was like, where are you from?
Sweetheart.
Like,
Sweetheart
yes,
of a guy.
absolute sweetheart. I loved him on Face Off. I don't know if y'all know that show from
Oh, that's right. he was-
Sci-Fi.
Sci-Fi,
Yes, on Sci-Fi.
wow.
Oh my gosh, he was wonderful. So just wanted to shout him out for that.
Oh,
That
no,
was
he was.
hilarious. He kept on forgetting to put his mic up too.
Yeah. Damon had to be
Damon
like,
was
oh,
like-
yo.
Yep. Well, I also loved it because I've heard. I mean, I feel like any of us who've like watched those features, we've heard the whole Patrick doodling the Batmobile on a napkin story. Like that's just
Yeah.
a very famous story.
At
I
a
love-
Starbucks.
At Starbucks.
Starbucks.
But I love DJ. Apparently, never heard. It's funny how like we've heard that story like how many times, and DJ was like,
Huh?
"Huh?
Starbucks. But I also love that when Patrick said that, something I never really even thought of, and then he brought up. He said when he designed the Batmobile, he wanted to design it like a creature.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Yeah.
oh, that's cool. If you think about it, you're like, damn, it is a fucking creature.
I never
Like,
thought about that
Yeah.
at all until he said
Yeah.
that, and I felt
because
very
we've heard him
ashamed of
talk
myself.
about the design stuff, but he never has said that he designed it like a creature. And I'm like, oh, that's really cool.
And that's kind of a cool thought, because then when I think about like what they did with the Batmobile in Matt Reeves' movie, like Patrick designed it like a creature, while the Matt Reeves team treated it like one. And I thought I love that idea of like there's this sort of thought process going through more recent Batmobiles, that the Batmobile itself is a
character,
a monster, and I like that, because I love Batman.
There you go.
Just there had to be a prop at some point,
Yeah, you had to pull something from there. But that whole mic drop moment was just, it is funny too when you rewatch it. Like you hear actually Zach go, probably not, before DJ does the thing, so he kind of got like a thing in there too, but then it was just kind of, and you see Zach kind of go like, wait guys, don't actually go. It's like obviously it was just, but we were actually having a discussion back at the house, like, was that like, it almost felt, it was so perfect.
Well, watch the replay. There's Damon and DJ look at each other.
It felt staged.
And then they
almost.
go like,
yeah. I don't think it was, but it was just so perfect that it's just the way that they look at each other, and then and it's almost like it was just because DJ, just the way that he goes, is that the one written by Jeff Johns? And then he literally drops it, and DJ Damon goes, and almost like slams his mic down, and it's like
the best part about that whole thing was because the punchline, the real seller of it, is after all of that happens, it cuts back to Zach, who's still kind of in this like semi-shocked face, and then he just raises the microphone and goes, "Yeah, no," and then and everyone
exactly.
It's just.
I think the weird thing was that after the question, and like I said, I genuinely, like to Rebecca's point, my heart genuinely goes out to that kid, because when he asked the question, I don't know if anyone else felt it, But did everyone else just feel the air go out of the room for like
Oh,
5 seconds?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, that's why we all looked at each
I mean,
other.
I know
I turned to
Joey, Dave, and I all looked at each other like.
I just like sunk back in my chair. I'm like, oh god, oh god, oh god.
And that felt like the whole panel just kind of went quiet, and like I was like, I felt it was almost like I was glad DJ did what he did, because it went from being really, really awkward to being kind of like
one of the best moments.
One of the best moments. It's like
he slides through that tension real quick.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, dude, guy's a character, man.
yeah,
absolutely.
But yeah, I felt bad for the kid too for a second because I was, he probably sat down. He was just like, "Oh God, I'm worse than the Spider-Man kid back in 2019."
Oh man!
Oh no, this wins. This wins.
Yeah,
but it's okay. He got topped by the guy who gave his resume.
True. Oh God.
That was a bold move. For
hey,
sure.
you know what? Shoot your shot.
Yeah.
Shoot your shot.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him.
Shoot your shot. No, but yeah, that night was great. I mean, again, trying to plan things around all that. I mean, we forget. I think when we thought about like, oh yeah, we can do this and we can have a Fast and Furious. By the way, the cup you're sipping, Steven, what does that look like? See, look at this, guys. He really wanted it.
Yeah. I was gonna say it was sad that it was sad we didn't get to do the barbecue because we bought the wife beaters and the cross necklaces.
I was about to say, and we bought
the Corona.
Yeah,
we were all
We
ready.
actually did have the Coronas. We were drinking the Coronas. Yeah.
Yeah, that movie looks like a blast.
Baby.
Yeah.
I saw a new
like,
trailer for it tonight when I went to Guardians 3 and realized partway through it that like they literally are doing Rocket League in this one.
may as well
get
be
that
doing
giant
that.
ball and then Vin Diesel like ramps his car into it.
Yeah.
My 7-year-old leaned over to me partway through and he goes, "What's this about?" And I said, "Nobody knows."
Nobody knows anymore.
I wanted to ask Phil. I know you had you raised your hand to ask a question. I think. What was the question you wanted to ask the panel?
Yeah, I had my hand up quite a few times. I wanted to ask. I think I talked to Steven about it at towards the tail end of it. Really, my question was, I'm just genuinely curious about where and when he comes up with these sequential parallels in his movies. I mean, to be more specific, in Batman versus Superman, Lois Lane stops Batman from killing Superman. The Martha sequence that, as we all have talked about at great length, and then in Justice League, it's a reverse. You've got Superman out of his mind, ready to kill Batman because of some, prior only memory that he's just basing out of pure rage. He doesn't know how to control himself. And then, of course, Lois Lane comes in and, says, please, and presumably brings Clark Kent back. And as Steven pointed out to me in the conversation that we had, it is further paralleled in what would have been Justice League 3 when Bruce Wayne saves Lois Lane to save the child that they have. And I'm just genuinely curious.
Not only is it repeated the third time, but that's the culmination. The only way to break that cycle is for Bruce. How many timelines have you?
How many alternate timelines do we have to go through?
Yeah, you have to watch people's dead eyes or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And so the third time is not that being interjected, but it's Bruce giving himself up for his child and saving the proverbial Martha, aka Lois, in that situation, and the child being saved, what his father couldn't do. I mean, there's so many.
Yeah.
Right. And at what point in the creative process did he decide to just mirror one to the next? Because it had to have been at some point from BVS to Justice League, and even so much for JL 2 and 3, obviously.
From the new Nightmare scene to this proposed moment, I'm assuming in Justice League 3, the one we were just talking about, I think it goes from being about the child to then just being that the Flash confirms to him, he's like, yeah, dude, like, this is the moment. Like, this is, you got to sacrifice yourself. And it's not like Batman dodges it so much. It's just Batman's trying to find so many ways to revert the timeline. And this is like this is the clincher. This is like, nope, this is it. And now is the time to do the self-sacrifice. And even that comes back around because in a way, like the way Superman inspires Batman, the way Superman sacrificed himself in BVS, now Batman has to do that self-sacrifice as well.
And even another thing I was thinking about even before coming on tonight was like, presumably in Justice League 2, we would have seen the death of Lois Lane. And I thought about how that could have also potentially have been mirrored in a way that we might not have seen in the form of Batman holding a dead Robin. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think Zach did mention that we would have seen something about Robin with the Joker in part 2.
Yeah, that would have been the Rashomon. He's
Yes.
been on here talking about that would have been the Rashomon sequence of the Joker and Batman recounting the night of Robin's death.
Exactly.
And then also, by the way, when we go back to the whole idea of see Zack Snyder's Justice League in IMAX, one of the many scenes that, like, dear God, has never been so clear and so crystal, but when Cyborg's having his nightmare right before they bring back Superman, the vision of Superman holding the skeleton in the Batcave in his, I have never picked out the details have never been so clear to me when that thing was when that thing was 3 stories in front of my face. Like there was
the red computer bank in the background.
The red computer bank, the Robin suit was crystal clear in the background. The skeleton that would have been Lois was just like everything. It has never been just like, oh yes, I see all that now. Like
one of the interesting things that I caught from Zach on, I believe on one of the panels, I forget which one, maybe BVS, the part about Harry Lennox's character not intentionally being designed to be Martian Manhunter, but he was like, yeah, that would be a cool idea. And it just became, implemented into the story. And Dave, I know you interviewed Harry Lennox like a while ago. I don't know if that came up in your discussion with him or not.
He also did too.
Nice.
I think they probably did. I mean, like, again, I was nervous in that one because he's so intimidating.
He is.
You talk to him, he
has a very regal presence about him.
Yes. Well, because I'm just thinking of like the characters that he's played, and they're always just hurt, But then you talk to him, and it's just. And I think, when it came to that, I think even Zach has explained it. Like, I think that came from a fan theory. I think fans kind of thought, oh, what if Swanwick is actually, Martian Manhunter? And I think that was, and I think they kind of took, I think even Zach said they heard that idea and they went, huh, yeah, that's kind of cool. That's, why not? Sometimes fans come up with some cool shit. Let's face it, doesn't happen all the time. But I mean, the whole idea of when, he has the handcuffs on and he gets up and he breaks the handcuffs and approaches the glass and everybody backs up, but Swanwick, it's just, you could just totally have that story of like, oh yeah, well, he's not afraid of him because he could take him on if he wanted to, or something. But
there's also that picture. As a result of that picture, everybody posts all the time where like, I think it's the first time he's ever on screen in Man of Steel, and he's walking like towards the camera, and there's that light behind him, with the text that says classified, and it's in green.
Ha!
Oh yeah. Okay.
It's just like these happy accidents. Into this because we know that at that moment they weren't thinking that, but somehow maybe there was something that was going on.
Yeah, because I remember Harry said in the Justice Con interview I did with him, he said, no, at that time he was making the choice because I'm a general. I'm not gonna back down. That's all Harry was thinking at the time, and Zach just went, cool. Let's go with that. Yeah, like it was just because Harry being a stage actor, it was one of those situations where he made a choice,
right?
And then they just rolled with it, and then what it became. But yeah, by the way, Harry Lennox, sweetest guy. I mean,
I would have loved for I forget if anyone really brought this up on the panel or in a question, maybe like the intention of Manhunter impersonating Martha, and maybe some of the the feelings around that, as far as that being a motivator for Lois to get back in the game and try to move on and rejoin life or rejoin the living for the most part. So I know it functioned as like an introduction of his character as Manhunter, but I guess I don't know. I guess I don't know how to feel about it because, yeah, like she actually meets real Martha later on when her and Clark come back to Clark's home. But yeah, I don't know. What do y'all think about that?
Okay,
I thought it was a little.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, I thought I've always. It's weird because on one hand you feel like you're deprived of Diane Lane's best scene in ZSJL, but I mean it's still her performance though. But so it's like it's not actually Martha. One thing I noticed as we were watching it in IMAX actually was it does seem slightly out of character, and what she tells Lois is kind of a little bit on the nose. So there's very much the idea of what does Lois need to hear in this moment, and who would know that, and the relationship that she had with, like, really, if she's got a through line from all the movies in terms of relationships other than Clark, it's Swanwick.
Right.
That's what I was gonna.
So he's the one that knows what she needs to hear, and he knows who she needs to hear it from.
And he would know that based on his powers too. He'd be able to read minds.
Yeah, he'd be able to read Martha.
minds, yeah.
But like one of the scenes I got to talk with Zach during my watch party was the bathroom scene. You know, and I've always loved that line of with balls like yours,
that, you deserve in here. You belong in here. Yeah.
Yeah, you belong in here. And Ray, to your point, and what Stephen was saying is that I've heard that criticism, and while I can acknowledge why other people criticize that scene being Martha Manhunter, I enjoy it because, like Stephen just said, damn it, Stephen, you had to say the smart thing before I was going to say it. But yeah, the arc.
Don't you hate it when he does that?
I really hate it when he does that. But the arc has been Swanwick and Lois almost through those three movies. So it would be showing that Jean / Swanwick cares for Lois because he's also been the one who's been willing to basically, tell her like it is. That's why I love about the relationship in BVS is he's like, oh no, you screwed up. And someone needs to tell you that you screwed up.
Well, here's the thing.
Placement in the movie also. His punctuation there is he says the world needs you too, Lois, but also that's intercut to the League talking about bringing back Superman.
Yep.
So as they're preparing to go to revive him, Swanwick is like, oh, Lois needs to be at that park.
Yeah.
What I wanted to say is that, to Scott's point, I would argue that Lawrence Fishburne's character was more like a father figure and would know how to kind of motivate her to get back in the game because obviously that's her boss and he's seen her throughout her career. And yeah, not that I would read him as Manhunter as far as maybe physicality and things like that. That's subjective. But my point is that maybe how I feel about the Manhunter situation, I can also see that dialogue happening with Fishburne's character, just because I would have liked to see him more, he kind of came off as a dick in the movie, but seeing him kind of, rise to the occasion. Yes. Going out his way to help the other woman trapped under the rubble and
Ginny.
Yes. Yeah. So there were moments of redemption there. But yeah, I would totally say that he would also be a candidate to deliver that dialogue to Lois as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I think the Perry thing would have been a very cool thing to see. I think it would have maybe worked better in terms of someone that she knows more intimately, and it's not it's not some big reveal at the end. But the interesting thing to think about too, in hindsight, is as much as I love the ending of this of Zack Snyder's Justice League, there was this time where the Martha scene was going to be the only time we were going to see Martian Manhunter in the movie, and maybe that's how Zach felt that it was the only place to put him to make a point. This is the full circle of this character. Here's the big reveal, because we were supposed to get the Wayne T. Carr stuff at the end with Green Lantern, and someone nixed that. Probably just Toby Emmerich, who knows, but maybe Jeff Johns.
Yeah. I love that Zach entertained the comment about, let's just shoot into my backyard again, or shoot in my my driveway again.
No, and the fact that and I'm not trying to take a dump on any other movie basically, but the fact that seen that one crystal clear image that he was allowed to finally share with everybody looks more well done than a whole Flash trailer. I think is very telling of where we are right now. But I I'm sorry. I guess I'm
Okay.
blasphemous,
That's
but
okay. It's
you know,
fine.
but regardless, like I hope one day we get to see that original scene. Maybe it'll flow a bit differently once we see what was originally intended. But like I said, that was originally supposed to be the one thing with Martian Manhunter. But as it comes back, yeah, sorry, go on.
Somebody asked about that scene during the JL
so, yeah.
panel. I think.
No. Someone did actually ask, like, are we going to see it? And he made a point to be like, no, WB was on top of it this time. They put it away in a vault or something, and that's
return to return property.
Yes,
Yeah.
Return property. Yes.
So I went in 50-50. I was like, if we get this, awesome. If we don't, I'm still seeing the entire movie that I love in a giant IMAX screen. So that's awesome. But yeah.
And I think like Wayne T. Carr and I think even Lennox, when asking about some of that, I think like the dialogue wasn't changed that much when it came to.
Listen to the dialogue. You change a detail here or there. You really like. You can't interchange Jon Stewart with John.
Yeah.
Like nothing Martian Manhunter mostly says in that scene is specific to Manhunter.
Yeah, because I think like when Wayne T. Carr, when we got him on here, he said like, yeah, the dialogue wasn't that much changed like from what we saw. So yeah. I mean, so
because Harry Lennox just had to go into. He was in New York. He went into a recording booth where they put, he recorded the dialogue and then he put the dots on his face so they'd have the motion. So they were getting the motion capture and the voice recording done at one time because he didn't fly out to California. He just did it in New York.
It's crazy how they can do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Shit, I had something. No, but all right. So like, so BBS night, and then after that we all. I mean, again, like, okay, that's what I was gonna say. That's where I was, getting at. Like 26 minutes ago. Where it was just like, going back to what Steven said, there was like no real plan. I think we always forget like how long these fucking movies are, and then you have a Q&A attached to it. So it was like when BBS, I mean, we had to get there by, if we wanted to get a good seat, it was like get there by 1:30. And then, we were at Jones, which was cool, and talking to everybody, like everybody who showed up right there. And then of course having, there's that good pizza place even right next to it, man. Some good pizza right next to it.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Yeah, not bad. I actually really dug that pizza, but I know I still wish I would have got that damn donut. God damn it. It's okay. I'll go.
Choices, Dave. Choices.
I know.
I was so jelly about y'all going to the statues and flicking it up over there.
I know. Yeah, Steven got some good pictures right there. I forgot that the Wonder Woman statue is actually it's at Warner Brothers. I forgot exactly where.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
I thought they might have put it in the same spot. It is kind of random where that Batman statue is.
It is really random where that Batman statue is.
Again, dude, like when I went to go to when me and Steph went to when we went to the Warner Brothers tour, this was like months ago. We didn't even think. We were just kind of going, all right, we got to kill some time. Let's go grab a drink and grab some lunch before we go to the tour. And we decided to go to that plaza and we just walk around the corner and hey, there's Batman. There's a statue just right there. It's like, holy shit. I totally didn't even think of where it was at. So, it was just kind of crazy that it was right there. But yeah, some good pictures, some good conversations that were had right there, and then a fun time trying to get out of the parking lot structure that we had.
Yeah,
well, and then you
guys had a fun time. I was trying to guide everybody.
Yeah, and then a fun time getting into the next parking structure.
Oh my god!
We went from one hell to another.
Because we finally get to Universal City Walk, and like the problem was we were all wearing our Justice League shirts.
Yeah,
they thought we were staff.
Well, and also.
You should have seized the opportunity for some additional backstage access.
Just act like we're supposed to be here.
Every time someone asked where we're going, Ishan would be like, AFSP. And they're like, what? He's like, full circle AFSP. And it's like, just
nobody knows what you're talking about.
No one knows what you're talking about, Sean.
Zack Snyder's Justice League. Just say
it was great. It was great. But
he's like, this is the Armada.
Yeah. Like, you see that movie,
You
The
watch
Dark
it?
Side? Yeah.
That reminds me of
That's the one.
Steven the Portillo's that we drove through, and Amanda tried to tell
Oh man.
the guy at the drive-through window to stream Zack Snyder's Justice League, like before it had come out, and so the guy was like, "What?"
I am so glad I was in the back seat.
And then he was in the back seat, and she goes, and we've got Stephen Colbert in the back seat. He goes, "Are you serious?"
Oh my God.
Steven, I've never seen someone crumble up into a ball so fast. And he's like, just drive, get
Well,
out.
it happened again. 24 hours after that? Because that's when we at the BVS screening, someone was like, "Someone should do a podcast of this minute by minute." And then Amanda was like, "He's over here."
Oh man,
Stop it!
That's
Stop talking about me.
You're like,
And
no,
then
he's not. That guy sucks. He's not here.
Well, and to your point, Dave, you know, like we got the 3-hour Batman movie, we got the hour-long Q&A, then there's the signing line that went on forever. And
Were you guys still in line when the pace picked up?
Yes.
So it was crawl, like it wasn't moving at all.
Yeah.
Like,
we were still in line because you weren't that far back.
No.
And then after like an hour and a half, then all of a sudden it went from like taking a step forward every 5 minutes to like just a steady walk, and I was like, oh man, somebody's like, get them through.
Yeah,
get them through.
Well, I think it got to us, and we weren't like trying to get, we weren't trying to get videos or photos. It was just, can you just sign our stuff?
I felt bad. I was like, can you sign 10 things for me? Like,
But they did.
Oh my God.
I know. But it was also
I had to hand Chris Balga's steelbook to Phil. I was like, Phil, I already look like an asshole with like 9 posters. Please, can you take the steelbook and do that for me?
They were so cool about it. Like they put all those like fears of mine just at rest. They were like, yeah, of course. And I was like flipping up the posters, and they were signing each one. It was cool.
But
there was one
through,
point
they
where
were like, thanks for only having these. These guys in front of me had like 9 of them. I pretended to be polite just to make them feel comfortable, but I'm really glad that you're not doing that same thing.
That guy sucked.
The fact that they stuck around for that huge line wrapping around the campus, basically, even the staff were like, "Okay, we're trying to shoot through this in 30 minutes," and I'm like, "That's it. That's not gonna happen. I'm sorry."
Yeah. Well, and it was funny because at one point before the pace had kind of picked up, someone came around the corner and was like, "Hey, we're shutting down, but we're not gonna like kick you guys out or anything." But No, it was a woman. It was like he probably did it too, but it was like I remember some woman coming around the corner, and she was like, "We're shutting things down, but we're not going to kick you guys out." But all I heard was, "We're going to kick you guys out," and I was like, "Oh no!"
I got all these posters.
Damn it!
No, but I mean, like, my posters got effed up a little bit.
Yeah,
it's all good. But see, because I remember last time I was able to buy the poster. You were able to. I guess just because it was a smaller event. We were able to buy the posters right like when we got up there. You can get a poster and then just slide it over.
Yeah.
And and I was like, they didn't do that this time, sadly. That would have been kind of cool because I was just trying to hold that and
and I got mine in the mail today because I mailed them to me from few smudges from the sign, which is not, it's not terrible. It's just like I was just like, damn it, I should have planned for that or whatever,
I didn't even realize one of them was a con exclusive, and I was just like, "Damn it!"
Yeah. So I have a funny story.
Better be funny.
Well, I mean, it's not hilarious.
That's not. No.
I need to do a legitimate spit take, or else I don't want to hear.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Paul.
I had a bunch of Snyderverse trilogy posters, and I think I had one of the full circle to get signed and stuff like that. But by the time it got to me, that's when they started to do the rush, and I didn't get a chance to get selfies, which is fine. But what I had, and I didn't ask to get it signed because I thought they were only doing the posters. I only found out later that Zach was just signing pretty much anything that came across his way. So I was annoyed at it. But I recommend, if you guys have a chance to look on Instagram, I got some commissioned artwork done around the Snyderverse stuff, based on Alex Ross paintings.
Oh,
I think I showed them to you, Dave, at the restaurant and stuff. Yeah. I'm here on the phone if you guys want to see. But basically, I had commissioned like the Super 7, but done with Snyderverse characters. And it was really funny because I was able to show Debbie and Zach. Debbie is so much like the hype man for Zach, but she was just like like an excited parent. She was like, "Wow,
Yeah.
these are so awesome."
Oh,
Zach didn't. I don't know. I can't determine what Zach's reaction actually was. He was kind of like it was just kind of like a weird shock. He's like, "Is this for real? Like this guy really got this?" I don't know. I don't know what it was. I had a better conversation with him, just telling him that I had friends who were working in the industry and were inspired by him and wanted and did because they liked his work and wanted to be in film basically. So he was touched by that. But yeah, unfortunately, it was so funny because I was getting rushed essentially. And I'm getting the commission artwork back in what I had it in, and I was fumbling posters and everything, and I'm walking right outside the door, and she's a sweetheart, but like the woman who was like running the AFSP was a redhead,
Kelly Manning.
Oh yeah.
yeah. She was sweet, but right as I get rushed out, she like followed me out to take a look at the artwork, and I was like, really? Well, like I was just so flabbergasted. I was like, all right, yeah, sure, and I brought it out and showed her.
Her enthusiasm was so infectious.
She was.
She never lost it. It was
I don't know how she kept it up
No,
all week. When my voice was gone, so when she was yelling at Justice League, I was like, man, you like, I don't know how you did that.
Champ. Just a champ. I know. When she kept screaming out, I'm like, I think I turned to Steph. I was like, she's been doing this the whole time. I don't know how she has a voice.
Well, and then Sunday, like she had never had like a megaphone or anything. It was just her voice. And like, she never gave up, even though people weren't hearing her at the theater on Sunday. Because like, they were unfortunately lining up when they weren't supposed to and everything. But she was still just like, I'm gonna keep yelling. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Well, she even got a couple of fans. There was that one fan that had a great voice that was like,
oh yeah,
that he basically just started yelling the instructions for her because I mean, we had over 300 people there on Sunday. We had numbered wristbands. They were still trying to do first come first serve based on the number on our wristband.
Yep.
And ain't nobody was paying attention. And Joey and I were looking at each other like,
we got to get in there.
I mean,
yeah.
I
know. And when you save those seats, like I felt bad because then Steven was like the last one before.
Yeah.
I was like, then but
he walked by me and he just kind of whispered, he was like, "This is your fault."
Well, Andre stole that last seat.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
well,
he did.
I felt I like there was that girl who was like Jesus, sorry. She's like, "Are you saving these seats?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "That's not allowed." I'm like, "I didn't know you were in charge."
No, but I appreciate that you did that.
I tried as best I could because I knew we had like 15 people in our group.
Yeah.
And there was only like 8 seats at that spot, so I was like, I'm doing what I can.
Yeah.
All I know is that suddenly Joey's shirt comes flying at me because I moved more into the center, which was great because that's where I wanted to sit. And the couple that was sitting there, I was like, "Are these 2 seats taken?" And she was like, "Oh no, they're free." So I plop myself down, and the next thing I know, Joey's shirt comes flying at me, and I like grab it out of midair and slap it down.
It was a different shirt that I had brought. It wasn't the shirt that I was wearing at the event.
Oh yeah, context. Yeah.
I was about to say, like, wow, you got pretty crazy.
I just ripped off my shirt. Save my seat.
Yeah. No, but
We're here.
Justice League.
But AFSP was just fantastic. This whole convention. They really had a great spirit. They had great volunteers. They dealt with all of us and our crazy shenanigans. Just being so excited to be there. And I know we were saying it at the beginning of it, but I reiterate it. Like if AFSP does anything else with this, or like I'm there, and I'm happy to keep supporting this cause and everything else.
Well, I think what's incredible was everything that we were buying was donated. So every dollar we were spending at the event was a donation to AFSP. Like that was the part that it clicked. It didn't click at the beginning because I heard, they have shirts for sale, they have posters for sale. I think Debbie came out during, the either the introduction to Man of Steel or during the Man of Steel Q&A and was like, "Oh no, all this has been donated." So 100% of every dollar we were spending was a donation.
Yeah.
I just want to shout them out for also doing like the suggested donation. So making it more accessible and not super like demanding folks to pay the suggested price.
Yeah.
I mean, it's awesome if you can donate more, but the accessibility and the amount, not just for the merch, but also the amount of FaceTime and interaction that we all got to get with all of the not only like Zach and Debbie, but also the producers and stuff like that, or like this. So big shout out for that, and it was great.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know how much they raised just based on T-shirts, posters, raffle tickets, because I was trying to calculate it in my head, like if 200 people donated, bought a T-shirt and bought like a did the $20 donation for a T-shirt, and then maybe they bought one poster for T-shirts for $30. The suggested donation, posters for $20. What if you bought 2 posters? Some people probably bought both of the posters. Some people probably did, multiple raffle tickets. So I was kind of trying to calculate it out. So like some of my estimations for Friday would have been like $10,000 just for the stuff that we were buying. So and that was kind of a conservative number too, because I wasn't calculating like how many raffle tickets people bought, or how many posters people bought, or maybe somebody might have bought several shirts for their friends. So it could have been a very large number, and that was just Friday night. So I think what they did for AFSP was amazing.
I dropped $190 on Saturday because I was buying posters for.
I spent a cool couple $100 on the merch.
Oh yeah, I saw you holding all of your merch. You're like,
I was like,
awesome.
I don't know what to do with all this stuff.
Got you guys.
And speaking of proceeds going to AFSP, who's pre-ordered the Weta statues?
Just about to ask that.
No, not me. Not me.
I was going
to.
I
got the Batman one.
Scott still has his Dark Side poster, or not poster, his figure.
That's over there. Yeah, wait till you see it. Wait till it's actually in your house, Paul. It's I unfortunately can't display mine where everyone can see.
Well, I was trying to tell Mr. Porter I can't really either at the moment, because I have too many trinkets and I'm reorganizing my house on top of that. But it's going to be out there one of these days. But I promise, because AFSP contacted me after the Superman thing, and they said, if you can, please take pictures. And I said, oh, I definitely will. So I have no problem like setting that up and sending photos to them, and probably on Instagram and a bunch of other places and stuff. But I'm glad with all of this happening that at least like with my ridiculous spending habits, it's going to a good cause.
I'm just really stoked that I had the privilege of being able to do donation match through my employer. I tried to spread awareness a little bit of like, folks, if you have access to organizations or folks like that you're able to convince, or who have those types of initiatives, definitely pursue them, because they're out there.
Cool.
That's a great idea.
And AFSP often has they already have some companies preloaded, because pretty much anytime you do a donation, I know that every time I've given a donation, I've immediately gotten the auto-generated email right after that. Yeah. And they have a thing where type in your employer. We'll see if they're already
that's cool,
pre-programmed in our system.
I'm sorry, I got to point out the chat real quick. I don't know if anybody's made this joke, but someone said,
Joey making a joke, really?
No, I didn't make a joke. I didn't make a joke.
No, but it's a good joke. It's a good joke.
It's the anti-wife equation.
The anti-wife equation, yes.
I was like, wow, that's good.
Oh, no, Ray, no, that's from Ray Porter. He said that,
okay.
No, that's what Ray said at the unboxing. He referred to it as the
Yeah.
He called it the anti-wife equation. Yeah.
Nice. That's good.
Paul, just so you know, my wife doesn't know I have that Darkseid statue.
I was going to message you after I got the Batman statue. I'm like, if my wife ever exists, she's gonna be pissed when she finds out that I bought this.
Yeah. It's like low key shade though, because it's like your wife doesn't watch your show. What?
No. 8 years she's never listened to a podcast. The funny part is when I showed I sent this link to my dad, and so he could watch it, because they also donated the table that it's sitting on.
Cool.
In my office. But yeah, the box, everything. No, my wife still to this day has no idea that the statue even exists in our house. And
one day she's gonna be like, I want to start watching, the streams you've been on. You're just immediately pouring sweat. It's like,
Yeah.
the beauty is that's never going to happen.
It's gonna be that Jordan Peele gif. Yeah.
Yeah, the Jordan Peele gif.
Don't watch the Dark Side unboxing one first.
Realize what this all means. Realize. Lead up to it. It's like a cinematic universe of how the Dark Side universe unboxing video stream.
Well, because you have to go all the way back to my Patreon at patreon.com/Squawkus Media for the 3 parts of Scott as a dead man.
Yeah, you got that. But even before that, just to establish, this whole thing. Which, I mean, how much does she know about? I mean, she probably knows Zack Snyder at least.
Well, that was the thing, because going back to what Paul said about how once again, if I want to talk about regret, I didn't get a picture with Debbie because the only 2 times I was near Debbie was in the green room, but she looked busy, and I wasn't going to be that guy.
Dick. Yeah,
I was going to be a dick.
Yeah.
Kind of the same reason I don't have a picture with Christina Wren, because we were having too much fun, like just talking to her. It wasn't like I was going to go, hey, can I completely stop this organic conversation?
It was such a natural conversation. I was like, I'm not going to do this right now. Like, it's...
No. So, but then when we were in the line, we were at the dead end of the line. So, but they were tired by the time they got to us. Mm-hmm. But I had brought there was the poster I'd shipped to Dave, and Dave remembered to bring it, and it was a Gal Gadot poster and it was it was a reading poster, one of those those posters you see in schools where like a celebrity's got a book.
Oh yeah,
and it's called Reading is a Wonder, and it's Gal in Wonder Woman holding the first volume of George Perez's post-crisis run. And This is what she wanted to get signed, especially if maybe on the off chance Gal showed up. Mm-hmm. And so when we realized it was Saturday night, I was like, okay, the only people going to get to sign this is going to be Zach and Debbie. But I handed it to Debbie, and I was like, this is for my wife. And just to add a little layer to it, I was like, and her birthday is next week. And then Debbie lit up, and she was like, what's your wife's name? I was like, Heather. And she was so sweet. It was like, to Heather, happy birthday, XOXO, Debbie. And then she started talking about, doing that reading initiative with Gal. And I'm like, probably for the poster that you're signing right now. And it was so sweet. And Zach, I think Zach was going to take out like that giant white marker he had. He was like,
oh yeah.
And then he looked at it. It was so funny. He like looked at what Debbie wrote, and he went, oh, you already used silver.
Don't do that. Yeah.
And he was like, and I can't. Basically, it was that going, I can't top that. I'm just signing. And just moving on.
That's cool, dude.
Yeah.
Well, that's an awesome gift for your wife.
Yeah.
Has she seen it yet?
No, because it hasn't arrived yet.
That's right. You had it.
Oh no.
Well,
And
her birthday is.
It was Thursday.
Well, but combo birthday and Mother's Day gift. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Because if you go to Vero, you can see all 3 of our boys singing her happy birthday with the cha-cha-cha thing. Just whatever. That's been going on for over 10 years now. I have no idea when that started.
Scott, real quick, what is your Vero? Because I meant to contact you after the event.
Oh, it's just my name. It's at Scott McClellan.
Okay.
That's my Vero name. It's just me.
You. Okay.
That was one of the things at the event that I didn't think about until maybe Saturday night, was that I'd started meeting a lot of people, and I was so excited to be around other fans that it didn't hit me until halfway through the event. I should get everybody's Vero account and start following everyone. And so I've gotten a lot of new people to follow because of it.
Yeah.
Well, and also what got me was that people who would walk up and would just want to shake my hand, either from they were listening to my podcast or they've seen it. That was also fun for me. It was like, okay, where do you know me from? Vodka stream or my actual show? And then, but so many people would just come up and shake my hand. I'd be like, I don't get a name. I don't how do you, oh, thanks, bye. And it was
I like your stuff. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if you're a fan or you're hitting on me. What?
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna say just a heart-stopping moment for sure was meeting Nighthawk and Mama Film Junkie. Oh my gosh, they were just, I didn't expect to get hugs. I didn't expect to get photos. Like, yes, I was just like, I'm here for all of it, please. And then they were just like, yes, please take photos with us. Give us hugs. And I'm just like, oh my God, I can't.
It was funny. We were in the parking ramp like before we left the Batman statue, and I like shake Mama Film Junkie's hand and everything, and she goes, Joey. And she just goes, I want a hug later. I'm like, oh, all right, okay.
Exactly. She was like, yeah, request. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. If you approach my mom, you're going to get not just one picture, probably about 76 pictures.
Oh yeah.
Possibly.
There's
Oh
one
no,
picture
no. We exchanged emails, and then I remember waking up like Monday and suddenly going, oh, or was it Tuesday morning or something, and suddenly going, I just see an email from Janice, and your mom had sent me more pictures in my email.
Yeah, there's one picture of me somewhere that's just a random picture of me standing because she got a picture. I think it was of Scott and Dave or something, and I think it was Scott and Dave or something. And I was in the background, so I hopped out because I'm like, I don't want to photobomb. And then she like takes a picture, and then she goes, and then she clicks it just like me.
Oh yeah, no, she's good with the pictures, man.
Yeah.
She'll make sure she has plenty, always more than less. No missed opportunities when it comes to her. We always give her shit about it, but we appreciate it, of course.
And Rebecca, to your point, I wish I'd had more of an opportunity to actually like talk to the people from Vero, because what I discovered is that they were shocked when we knew who they were. like I'm not sure if you did the same thing or you, Ray. I know Saturday, like when I walked in, Wes kind of handed me off to TJ because he's the chief technology officer of Vero, and he was talking to me. He said, "Hey, my name's TJ," and I was like, "Oh, you're that TJ," and he just had this look on his face like, "You know who I am?" And I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's all you Vero guys. Like, you have your if you work for Vero, like, I know who you are.
I caught TJ at the worst possible time on Sunday. It was right after the Q&A, and I go up to him. I'm just like, hey, I really wanted to just like say hi and introduce myself and thank you, because he's the one who like contacted me to go on like the Snyder Cut announcement stream, or well, I guess it's technically the Man of Steel watch party, and he had like just gotten like the data sequence or something for like one of the SD cards or something like that. And so he just looks at me and he goes, all right, cool. And I'm like, oh shit. I was like, I totally just like threw him off. So then I messaged him the next day. I'm like, hey man, sorry if I interrupted. He's like, no, you're good. I just had to remember like a bunch of stupid numbers. But he was a nice guy.
I just wanted to kind of shout out some embarrassing moments. So when Jacob and I went backstage, and one of the Vero workers was like, yay, are y'all on Vero? And we both sort of looked at each other like, no. And she was like, yeah, y'all should definitely join. And I was like expecting her to say, well, it was nice having you here. Go ahead and head back to the auditorium. Another embarrassing moment, I didn't even realize this was a thing. I was taking photos with Nighthawk, and one of my photos definitely looked like Gina Davis's character when she's like ripping open her mouth. And I had a deodorant stain on my shirt, so I was just like, it's a hot mess, but at least I was wearing deodorant that day.
Hey, you gotta look at it.
You gotta count the wins.
We all have those moments. Don't worry. I mean, I think one of mine was when, we were on the cocktail, area, and I look at Joey, it's Christina Wren, and he was like, I know.
I was in the middle, like she had turned around, she introduced herself to me. I had already known like who it was. I was just like, I don't want to make a big deal about me coming over and joining the group. And then Dave just goes, it's Christina Wren, like try to be all like subtle, but he said it right in front of her.
Oh, I said it. So
I was like, I know. Yeah, I got it.
Steven, you need to tell your embarrassing Christina Wren story.
Man.
I'm so glad you showed right back up at this time.
I'm glad I didn't bring that up this stream.
Hey, we're talking about embarrassing stories this week.
I don't know how. I'm assuming it was embarrassing. No, Dave and I did our bit behind stage, and then she was like watching us, and she gave me a high five when I got out when I finished. That was cool. And then we were talking about like the panel. And I don't remember exactly what I said, which is I think the problem is that I'm thinking that unless I said it the right way, it may have come off very wrong, but essentially I was like, I wonder if Zach's gonna have any big surprises for the Man of Steel panel, and like didn't really like. I was kind of at the time like obviously that's why she was there, but then I was like partway through the panel and I was like, I hope that I wasn't like, I hope he got someone real famous.
Oh no.
Which I don't think was the case, but the part of my brain that's like re-exam, like how did you say that again? Because the way you phrased that is really important.
I think it was fine. I was there and I was like, it was just kind of one of those things like, yeah, okay, Christina Wren's here, and then it's like, who else do they got? But yeah, but I could see how,
No, that's just the part of my brain that turns on when I get in bed and I'm like, let's think of the worst way I could have possibly done that, and then lose sleep over it. Like
I really hope that there's somebody that had more dialogue in this movie.
Hey, she said Superman was hot. That's all we needed.
That's a great moment.
The line.
Yeah.
Oh, we were backstage when that was happening too. It's funny because we were all like right here. I don't know where you. I think Steven, you were probably packing up your gear or something like that. But everybody was like locked in. We couldn't hear anything, but we were all locked in that part, and we all actually gave her a round of applause about that because it's just a famous line, and it was kind of cool because even though we couldn't hear it, we all were silent and watching that happen before we, made our way back to the theater. It was a cool little moment.
A running theme that I loved during the convention was the hummus commercial. I loved it.
That was hilarious.
That was great. That's how Sean opened his panel. He's like, I hear all of you were discovered by Zach from a hummus commercial.
That was a good way to open it.
Oh, man.
Good on him.
I think the most embarrassing thing that happened to me actually happened during my live watch with Zach, and
you wouldn't think that.
Oh, I would think that because we're discussing, because you can watch it, and it's.
I did. You were fine. You were great.
No, but it happened when we were talking about the scene where the guy who got branded gets shivved in the yard, and the guy who passes off the shiv apparently is a Packers player.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know NFL football. I'm a college football guy. So Zach's like da-da-da, and I'm just like, who the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, cool.
Cool.
You're like, yeah.
You just hear me die a
Do you
little
work with the
inside.
Martian? Yeah, I know.
I did say it, and I said that. I was like, yeah, because you're from Wisconsin. And I just was just like, oh, fuck.
That's hilarious. When I saw that for years, I was like, man, that's another bullet I dodged, because I would have had to be like, well, I'm a Bears fan. So.
That would have been kind of cool, though, to be honest.
I don't know.
The rivalry, it could have been something like that.
And then Zach's just like, all right, this interview's over. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, exactly. We got a Bears fan in here. Really, guys.
The best I could have done was like, cool, roll tide. Okay, good. Moving on.
We want to talk about embarrassing hats. I was wearing my Raiders hat in the auditorium, and I was wearing a Universal Studios hat at the Zack Snyder's Justice League screening, and I didn't even realize how off-brand like these random hats I'm wearing are. But yeah, no one made fun of me. I was just in my brain like, why am I still wearing this hat?
Yeah, it's all good. Nobody was noticing that.
Yeah.
But man, I mean, is there any other? Rebecca, did you have any?
Yes, let's hear about your
any embarrassing moments?
Well, this may be TMI or whatever, but I went to the restroom before I went to go meet Zach for the watch party thing for Saturday night. And I was washing my hands in the restroom, and then how sometimes like the water sometimes will like spray out, unexpectedly. And that happened to me, and I was like so embarrassed because I was about to go walk over there, and I was like, "Oh no, do I have water all over my pants now?" So that was probably like the worst part of it for me. Was it was an accident. I didn't mean to get water on myself, and I was like, "Oh crap, this is like I'm going to be on camera. Hopefully nobody will be looking at my pants."
She peed her pants. She's so nervous.
Yeah. So that was I probably shouldn't have said anything. Now people are going to be like looking.
No.
Yeah, we're going to zoom in on your.
Did she say her pants wet? But yeah, that was kind of the most embarrassing thing because I was like, oh man, I can't believe I did this right before that.
I also, when we got to the front of the poster line, I didn't get a selfie with him, but Sean was still, he's right behind me, he was still talking to him. And so I was like, oh, let me just do that real quick. And so Sean went to take a picture for us. And Zach was so tired at that point. I felt I should not have been like, let's also do a picture, because I was like, sorry, I got to get this in real quick.
He's all, I spent 40 minutes with you.
He's like, we
Yeah,
just
and I was like, it's not like we haven't had enough screen time recently. No response from him. Just it was like not even a polite chuckle, and I was like, all right, I'm sorry, I'll get out of here.
So it wasn't so much embarrassing as it just was like uncomfortable. But the first night, I don't know if there's no AC in the art center or what.
Oh.
But I was sitting there like trying to like make myself as small as possible because I was so hot and so like I don't know. I like Dave. Like I think you and I talked about it. We were just like it's so hot and so like sweaty. I'm like I don't want to touch anybody. Or like, because I just feel gross. But then Dave was like, no, I felt the same way. I'm like, okay, cool. Then we're,
Yeah. Because like, when I came back for the Q&A, I was like, fuck, it's stuffy in here. It's really stuffy.
Yeah.
And I saw like Joey was like, he was like he was basically like this, like trying to be as small as possible and trying not to. And I was like, but good on Joey. In my brain, I was like, man, I'm like, it's hot in here. I'm like, Joey's got to be hot. I could sense it on him. Yeah. And then I was like, but good on him for wearing shorts.
I was the only one of the group who wore shorts. I was like,
It was the opposite at AMC. I'm like, I'm freezing.
Yeah, I got cold at the IMAX too. Yeah.
And then even with Night too, like in BBS, I think they realized like, hey, let's pump a little AC in here because it wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that bad for BBS.
It was better, Night 2.
Yeah. I wasn't just like sitting there going like, oh my God. But I was like, man, I'm glad I was backstage during this whole time because I was like, I got back in there, it was like really stuffy. And I was going, all right, did they not get the AC? Because the first Snyder Con, it was before everything got rebuilt. I mean, just imagine this, Joe. Imagine us, you were trying to make yourself, there was no way that you could do that. Imagine like old style movie seats.
Oh, yeah. I think you were telling me that, yeah.
Oh, yeah, because I sat next to Matt from Comic Movie Marks. He's a big dude. And we were shoulder to shoulder the whole time. And just, it was stuffy, but, none of us really gave a shit because we were just having a good time. But it was bad then. So I was like, man, did they not, we're not going to have an AC thing in here. But, second night was fun.
I wish I had known that one of the dudes from Comic Movie Marks was there because I remember asking Dave like updates for the status of the
first one. Are you talking about the first one or this one?
You said you ran into one of the dudes from Comic Movie Marks?
No. I was talking about when I was they were there for the first one. I was going back.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. No, they wanted to go. We talked to them. They tried, but they didn't get tickets. But no, they were at the first one because I was scrunched next to Matt, like the first one because the theater that we were in there, it was very nice, but the old one was just old style movie seats that were uncomfortable. Jesus Christ, I'm surprised. Like we were right in the middle too, in front. I'm surprised I didn't have to get up and go to the bathroom. I think my bladder was just going, you know what? I got you.
By the way, let's talk about the fact that this event back in 2019 that was done to benefit that art center theater. That theater was gorgeous.
Yeah, it was impressive.
That sound, they had Dolby Atmos sound. Man of Steel made me rumble in my seat.
Yeah. Yes, I can feel everything in my, neurosystem, my bones, like my muscles. It was a whole mood.
I said it before, but there were a couple times where it scared the shit out of me. I was like, oh God.
Yep.
Yeah. Me coming in halfway through, I got sat up really close. I was actually able to get I think the 5th or 6th row, I think, or something like that. But I was at the tail end of the row. So I'm like about, I don't know, maybe less than 10 feet away from an actual speaker. And, right away, it's the scene where he's jumping and learning how to be Superman. And then by the time I got to the third act and the world engine's getting blown up, I'm just holding my hand over my ear because I'm like, I don't want to go half deaf while I'm enjoying these movies. I still had a great experience. It was still a great time. But yeah, but the sound system was very intense in that theater. But yeah, the seats could have been more comfortable. But I think they did a good job. But yeah, maybe work on the ventilation maybe a little bit or something. Yeah.
I don't want to throw shade at this super enthusiastic fan I was sitting right next to, but his voice was echoing in my ear, and he was making a lot of comments during the movie that kind of distracted me from the experience a little bit, but
Oh, my bad.
no. This is at Man of Steel. No.
Oh, okay.
Yes, no. So yeah, I think his enthusiasm was just communicated consistently throughout the experience, and then he started to stop, I guess, and then I don't know if he got feedback from the staff to like, all right, we see you, and we're glad you're here, but if you could tone it down a smidge, that would be great.
Yeah, Joey and I were sitting next to each other. Joey, I love you because you and I watch movies the same way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because Joey and I all 3 nights were sitting next. Like this was not a plan. We just ended up sitting next to each other every night. But I love Joey because Joey watches movies like I watch movies. I'm there to watch the movie. And so Joey and I would just, either like this or like this. And we were just like honed in on the screen. And at some point, either Joey and I'd be like, that's enough now, just watch the movie. Like we would just be like, we would be making like little side comments to each other about, y'all can shut up now. We can just watch the movie now.
After 10 rounds of applause, it's like, okay. They know.
Especially when it's just like one person left and they're clapping for like,
And Scott, there was that guy in front of us who did that.
Yes,
for, every single thing. He was the only, and he kept it going. Like he didn't even like start and then just nobody else is clapping.
It was Justice League. The guy just like kept it going. I felt like I saw a guy kind of go.
Wait, the guy right in front of you, was that the same guy that gave him that tried to give Zach and Ben his resume?
No, because we were further down the row from, because the guy who gave the resume was right in front of Dave.
Yeah.
We were more towards the center of the IMAX, and then there was a guy like to our left, like a row down. So probably like on the same rows like Rebecca was, and there was literally just like.
Was it Rebecca?
It was totally me. I confess. I'm sorry.
We knew it.
And I'm not completely innocent. There were a few times where I clapped and I, for certain scenes or lines, but for the most part, I was like, okay, I want to hear what's going on, especially in IMAX. I'm just like, we're good. We got it.
It's almost like you knew the certain moments that were going to get the applause.
Oh no, you knew the cheer moments were going to be. Let's be honest.
But it was funny. I think we kind of talked about it too. It's like when Steppenwolf showed up, I almost went, anyone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No one's gonna cheer. Okay, I was like, I get it.
Everyone was terrified. That's why.
Yeah.
Probably. Let's talk about the fact. Okay, when we talk about Zack Snyder's Justice League in IMAX, especially on this screen, because it was also pointed out to me by Steven, it was Broken Cinema was his Twitter handle.
Chris. I ended up sitting with him because we met in line. We've talked on Twitter before, and then when we didn't have a spot by you guys, we went. I sat next to him, and that was a really enjoyable experience because we were also on the same page about like we clapped for the first few, but then we're both kind of at the same place where we're like, all right, that's enough.
Well, he even talked about how they modified the screen. Like the screen we were watching was modified for the Zack Snyder's Justice League presentation.
Oh, really?
And because he said all that scaffolding we were seeing behind the screen, they adjusted the screen to match more. When I mentioned to Rebecca about like the McWayne Science Center, like the dome shape that the screen naturally have, that was a custom adjustment they made for our presentation. And I just realized that every time Steppenwolf was on screen, it was like I just want to sit back in my seat and go, dude.
Oh man, I caught so many small details about his outer armor shell. Like I obviously saw like the reflexing spikes watching it at home, but they just popped so much more, and I'm just like literally everything on him is moving that I didn't even like pick up on.
You just notice it more. I mean, like if you watch it like on your TV or something, you notice it. But for some reason, I just kept noticing. I couldn't, even when he was talking. I'm like, what's moving?
Yeah.
What's moving? What's
he had like a wart or like a pimple on his nose that I had never seen before.
He's like, oh, that's embarrassing.
Yeah. It's like, how dare him? Yeah.
Speaking of Scott's point about like the scale and just like like sitting back, we were in the very back row. And we were still just like, whoa, everything's tall. Like the scene where Diana goes to get the arrow,
Yeah.
And then as that shot from like below, I'm like, God, she's tall. Like,
right. Wait.
Like I'd love to see. I know it'd be difficult now, but I'd love to see like from just like a different seat or perspective, just like how big everything looked from like closer up or like from the side or anything. If it just looked any different.
Joey, I thought you were doing a throwback line from to Justice League that Ben Batfleck says, "Gosh, he's tall."
Oh no!
Oh God!
No.
Sorry, when you said that, I was like,
I've forgotten.
Jesus,
I've wiped
she's
that from my
tall.
brain. Stop it.
I've blacked most of that movie out at this point.
Paul, we had a night where
we put it to bed.
We put it to bed. It was like probably like a week before Snyder Cut came out.
It was the Friday. It was the Friday or something before, because I remember I'd already recorded on Squadcast. We recorded a commentary for it with Tim and I drinking as we did the commentary, and then you're like, "Hey, let's do a live watch." I'm like, "You mean I gotta watch this thing again?" Okay.
Yeah, I remember you were kind of hesitant at first. You're like, "I'm already doing it," but yeah, we did a whole live watch on the stream. It just had people like follow along, and we were just, of course, shitting on it. I think we were taking shots for like all the, I don't know what we were taking shots for, just all the shit, the bad jokes, the reshoots. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I remember a 2-hour movie. I got pretty fucking lit.
Yeah, we had a drinking game because my roommate knew that I was going to rewatch it anyway because Snyder Cut was going to come out, and he was like, "Oh, they have a drinking game like online. We can do that." And I wasn't even following it. I just started drinking like anytime anything stupid happened, which was quite often. So I just no, dude, you're supposed to. I'm like, no, I know what I'm doing. And like in that version, the I think even though it's 2 hours, the tunnel battle scene is still kind of halfway through the movie, and by the point I got to that, I blacked out. Like I don't remember anything after that moment. Like I was just like, I've seen enough. I don't need it. And then that was it.
By the way, speaking of drunk Scott, I want to let everyone on the Vodka stream know that if you watched our celebration stream the Friday night after the Zack Snyder Justice League came out, so if you were there on March 19th, 2021, watching the stream, yes, I hugged everybody. Everybody got a hug. I fulfilled it. And I'm sorry for Ray and Rebecca. If you are not aware, I got a little soused that night in celebration.
Yes.
I disappear about halfway through the stream and never come back because I passed out upstairs. And I promised everyone.
Oh, it was hilarious. It was hilarious too because you were just doing like, this is what it's all about. I love all you. Were like, you were having a moment. You were having a moment, and it was funny too because Liz Wonder was on there too.
Yes, she was.
And like she was tired. She was tired, and she was like in her chair, and she was laughing her fucking ass off. She was like just cracking up, and we were all just. It was just. I think Amanda was on there too. Amanda was on there too with you, Steven. Yeah. We were all just like just loving drunk Scott because you were just wanted to hug and kiss everybody.
I think it was a couple weeks later or a bit later too that it was like I think it was right before Justice Con or something. Like I was on there, like Meg was on there, Nerd Queens, everything, and Scott. I get in and Scott's like, Joey, you are so sweet and just like such a nice. And I'm like, how much has he been drinking? How long is the speech going to go on? But this past weekend, I'm like, I kind of already knew it, but I'm like, Scott can drink. Like he can drink with the best of them. I did when we were at what was that place called on Saturday? The
Yard House.
Yard House.
So I did my beer chug. And,
he did.
Yes, so I did my beer chug. I can chug pretty fast. No, not to brag. But then I'm like, all right, Steven, go. And then he chugs, and I didn't expect that. And then like I looked over.
I had
the yard
tall
beer.
one.
You had I did not expect you to chug that. And then like it was almost a domino effect. Scott was just like, my turn, and then he chugs his.
And then I still had almost a full beer. I'm like, fuck you guys.
Yeah, you were like, I'm breaking the chain here. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. Here, look at that. Hold it up there, Steven. Do you have what is that? Is that your yard beer?
That's the beer. Yeah.
Okay, we'll get too closer to the screen so we see it.
But
No, it's gonna be out of focus.
Yeah, 'cause
Oh.
he's got his perfect angle. Yeah, I think I know. I have one of those pictures too. I remember like Steven, should we post it? He was like, I don't know. People are gonna replace that beer with other phallic other phallic
I was
objects.
like, there's no way to present this in a picture that I then want anyone.
I took
on the
a few and
internet
just sent it to him. I was like, you post that if you want. I don't care.
See,
Because
Rebecca,
they're
this was all
funny
the juvenile delinquent fun that you thankfully missed out on
Yeah,
because
Scott started most of it. He was the leader.
What are you talking about?
No, man.
It was his Sean all the way. That's what's throw him under the bus.
And I was like, Scott, sit down and eat your food. I almost acted like a parent. I'm like, your food.
You did. You're like, your food's getting cold. I'm like, but people want to talk to me.
Yeah. I remember they were like mismatching our food because they weren't sure where anybody was sitting.
Yeah.
And then
I know we're almost done with our meals, and Scott's like whole sandwich that he had sitting there. I'm like, God damn, dude, like sit down, eat your food. But
you know, at least you guys got to finish your food.
Oh, what
that's
happened,
right.
Phil?
Yeah,
his
my
burger
burger was
not
so
good.
undercooked, and it made me not feel good.
Oh.
You know what happened? You know what happened is like some of us, like we like our, our burgers medium rare. He did not want that, and they fucked that up. You should have sent it back. But yeah, I remember you were not having. You're not having it with your burger
that night. I
I didn't realize that's what it was. I thought you were just I thought you were just tired.
No, it was a combination of like lightweight being tired, but then that burger just did not sit
man,
well.
that
But the place we went to after we saw Zack Snyder's Justice League, on the other hand, that burger was bomb.com.
Good, yeah.
Let's get on the city walk. I don't even know what that place was called.
Well, yeah, I was
What
gonna say
was that
Universal
place called?
Yeah,
Universal Grow. Oh man,
we were supposed to eat at the Mexican restaurant, and then we ended up just changing like midway or something. Right?
It was really great because I was sitting with Mark, not the popular opinion on Twitter, and they ordered like guacamole dip, and it came with pork rinds and chips, and they're from Michigan. They didn't know what pork rinds were. They'd never had pork rinds. So they were eating, their guacamole with their chips, and they were just leaving the pork rinds alone. And I was like, do you mind if I totally nosh on these pork rinds?
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, sure. And I was just like, great, because I'm from Alabama. I know all about pork rinds.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else caught it, but when we were waiting outside the Mexican restaurant before they told us we don't have enough tables or whatever, some guy came up who was like at the screening, and he goes, hey, is there something going on here, like a signing or something, someone here? And I just go, no. And he's like, oh, and then he walks away. I'm like, okay.
Is Zach gonna be here?
Is that gonna be here? No, I don't care.
It's like, no, Zach probably went home.
Yeah.
And then speaking of that, I mean, like, we didn't really talk about, Ben Affleck. I mean, the fact that he showed up. I mean, it was like one of those things too. It was like when they had all the chairs out, and then they had everybody sit down, and there was like that one empty chair, and then everybody's like, wait a minute. What? Who's gonna be in? And I love the fact that they did that. I mean, obviously, we all knew. I mean, when it came to who was already there, which was, the two Rays and Chris Terrio, and I mean
DJ.
DJ. I didn't know. Her name's Dottie, right?
Dodie. Yeah.
Dodie. There you go. I was like Dodie, Dottie. Tomato. Yeah, it was just like one of those things where it's like, okay, there's kind of, is there going to be a big guest here? And then all of a sudden it's like, you see that empty chair and you go, oh boy. And it was just, what an entrance. What a fucking, I mean, it was like to the point where everybody just leaped out of their chairs, and then it's like, oh shit, especially not being that tall. You're like, you're trying to get
Where is
picture, especially, I mean, my God. But man, talk about just a nice little surprise appearance. How are we feeling about Ben Affleck? And I think if any of it, to me, it's like if you were to put money on who was going to be there, that was like the Trinity. I mean, I always like Ray Fisher. I could see him being there. I could have banked on that. Ezra, let's face it, things. But Jason Momoa, he's probably climbing a rock somewhere or swimming or something. Who knows what he's doing. Gal, I didn't think. And I was like,
it was Gal's birthday too. So
yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
So and then you got like, well, maybe Henry. He just wrapped up the Guy Ritchie film, and I'm like, okay. And I'm like, nah, Ben would be, if I was going to put money on it, I would have said Ben because he lives in the area, and he's always been there for Zack. And the
Yeah.
fact that it was just like he showed up, fucking awesome, and it was just, man.
Man, there was a perfect photo of Ray and Ben embracing. It was like a genuine hug. It wasn't one of those "Hi, how you doing?" hugs. It was like, yes, like wrapping each other's like arms around each other. Yeah, big win for sure.
Yeah, Ben and Ray Fisher hugged it out. I know for a fact that Chris Terrio and Ray hugged each other right in front of me before they sat down in their seats. So I mean, like, it's just a good environment that Zack gives. You know, you have a very supportive cast. You have, you know, good connections, good people. So you know, it's just about sharing the love, I guess. I don't know, but yeah, Ben being there was incredible. I thought it was awesome.
I would have loved even more. I mean, I feel like if any Q&A got the most heat, I feel like the Justice League Q&A got the most heat for, like, really, those were the questions. You know, if you're going to have those were the questions kind of thing for a Justice League one. Because one thing I would have loved to have heard about was, because I had just seen, literally, like 3 days before, I just seen Air. You know, and just, you know, hearing more.
What's his name? Josh, the guy who was wearing the Wonder Woman. I mean, I think he's
Josh
Hura. I know.
He's in the chat.
Yeah, he's in the chat. But he said, "Hey, by the way, Ben, Air was awesome." Like,
and I love that he said that so that people could, like, we were able to cheer because it was like, yes, let's talk about your work that's actually like, in theaters now.
When people asked him like about, they're like, they said something about what other Batman villains were going to be in your movie and stuff. Affleck was like not hiding his emotions. He's like, man, he's like clearly disinterested in answering anything about that movie. He's like, I'll talk about Justice League. Let's not talk about.
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting though is that, like, both is like, I mean, I don't know, like, I mean, I'm reading the body language from, like, you know, 40 feet away, but like, it's interesting that both him and Zack in two separate Q&As are just being so coy about a lot of different things. Like, if I'm paraphrasing, you guys were there, you feel free to correct me, but like, one questionnaire and after BBS asked Zack directly, like, hey, you know, could you tell us in more detail how this version of Robin and this version of Joker, like how it ended here, like how did they get there? And Zack was like, well, we've talked about them before, like the costume being burned and probably blown up and whatnot. But then he goes and just says, well, I don't want to give any future spoilers for something that may never happen.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, what? Like,
I know. Yeah.
Well, I think the thing that I remembered immediately with that was I believe that was partially related, at least, to the comic that he was talking about publishing.
Okay.
With Jim Lee, that then got
axed.
He brought it up again when he was on the Nerd Queen stream before, and he said something about it not happening. But the fact that he was talking about that kind of made me wonder if there's still hope of something like that happening.
Jim Lee just became president.
Yep. Yeah, he did.
So, I mean, come on. I mean, let's go, Jim. I mean,
give it a shot.
I honestly think that's what that's what we were discussing too when he was talking about that, is like, he's not giving that away, and he's, you know, known for giving that stuff away just to be like, fuck it, you know, whatever. But the fact that he's still holding back on things, we all just kind of go like, is there a book or something that's going to be coming out that we're actually going to see that backstory? We're going to see, you know, his version of that story happening.
Well,
you know,
I mean, look, you just got the Batman '89 comics. Like, it's not like they can't revisit that kind of stuff eventually, and he knows there's demand for it. And also, he's also savvy enough to know that, like, the more he dumps this stuff out, there's also people that are gonna like, when too much of it comes out too fast, it starts to make it look like he's like, even if that's not the way he releases it, the nature of the news cycle loses all the context of he was answering questions and whatnot, and people start to think that he's just like opining his lost movies. And so he usually lets it out in like little drips at a time. And he'd already done the Amazon
Kryptonian connection
and that kind of stuff. So
you look at 2018 and you look at now, I think Zack has just come so far in how he handles himself with the media. But like, I mean, you go from a time where like fans were filming him on their cameras talking about Justice League 2 and 3, and all the stuff he was saying and just how people were taking it into context. Now Zach's like, if I'm out anywhere, I'm getting, Dave, I'm getting people to, or I'm getting people to interview me. I'm filming it all on Vero. So there's no real way to take anything too out of context other than what people can only observe from what they're seeing, and like I don't know. I think Zach has come a long way in terms of just handling all of this and just making things mostly clear to what he was intending and what he hopes for the future. Maybe, I don't know. As far as Ben Affleck, I think it's really telling that he's just such a good friend to Zach and just showing up to do this and just being there. And I don't know, talking about his Batman movie. I don't know. I didn't see so much resentment for it. I felt more of like I don't know. It's weird. I got a weird vibe off of it. I got feeling of.
I got resentment so much as he's tired of answering the same questions.
Yeah,
maybe that's why. That's very possible.
Like it's not like he's mad talking about it so much as he just doesn't. That's not why he wasn't there to talk about his Batman movie. He was there.
He was there for the
talk about the one that did get made, or the
right.
Yeah.
The information that we did get from Ben, I felt it was really insightful. Like, him wanting to be more intentional about what is the story that we're trying to develop. It seemed like he was still receptive to it being a possibility, but it doesn't seem like he wanted to do 100% or the intentional fan service as much as, a lot of us would like to see on screen, Batman versus Deathstroke. He's like, yeah, that sounds like a cool idea, but as far as development of where it would be placed in the mythology and pushing the narrative forward, that's still up for debate and still sort of to be developed. At least that's my how I remembered that happening.
What, you bring up a good point, because I'm like, what if it was when somebody asks what other villains, and maybe the script that he had was no, I didn't want to focus on having Easter eggs and all this kind of stuff, and maybe there was other the studio and people, other heads were going, no, you have to have a Joker. I didn't want to
Riddler
say the name.
Oh, okay. Well,
I know. I know, but you're saying but maybe it was a Jeff Johns or something hey, you have to have this Easter egg and that Easter egg and this, I mean, one of the lines I remember from, that theatrical version was exploding penguins, because they had to put that in there. It was something like that. Yeah. They wanted to have, and he wanted to have a straight story about Batman versus a villain. And yes, sure, there was a Batgirl that was going to be in it that we heard about. But just to be all right, do we have to have, we have to have all these Easter eggs just because it's a Batman movie, and maybe they were just really hounding him to incorporate that, and maybe that's why he was just kind of I don't know. Yeah, you bring up a good point though when it comes to that, Rhea.
Yeah, and I'm with that, and I think that it seemed like Ben was no, I wanted a focus movie, which it seems like it was going to be Deathstroke, because I think he knew it was easier or people to digest when it's just the one villain and the one story, the one goal kind of thing. So,
Well, and he also made the comment about the thing about doing that is that then you're intentional about making this one villain as difficult, as threatening, as, basically Deathstroke needed to be a threat because it was going to take all of Batman's attention to defeat him. So there was an intentionality about, no, we don't need to have, ancillary we don't need to have all these ancillary antagonists. No,
right.
Deathstroke was going to be such a chore that no, he's the guy.
Yeah, and essentially, when you think about the structure of the way things were supposed to go, in that Ben Affleck's Batman was supposed to go at the end of the third Justice League film, it would make sense that if they were only going to get to be able to do one Batman movie, then you would have to utilize a villain who could tackle Batman in a way that's not just mental but also a physical threat. And I think the only villain that could check that box would be Slade Wilson, because as the whiteboards famously go, the Batman villain in the Injustice League or the Legion of Doom, whatever the hell it wound up being called, was the Riddler, and people were, I'm sure that's part of the reason why that question might have been asked, because people wanted to wonder if, or if not, the Riddler might have factored into that script in any way, shape, or form, or if Deathstroke had just become the replacement villain for Batman's movie that would in turn return for Justice League 2 and 3. But I don't know. That's a question that's up to, I would wager, Chris Terrio, Ben Affleck, and even Zack Snyder.
I would love to hear Rebecca's thoughts on, the potential for moving forward with, these characters, or if you have any thoughts around any sort of like foundation that, could be laid before this face-off happens.
In terms of Batman and Deathstroke,
Yeah.
or oh wow, that's a really good question. So you mean for like the Batman movie, or like post Zack Snyder's Justice League?
No. So the Batman movie, my question is, what I was peeping on Joe M's interviews were, he's really gung-ho about, any sort of, representation of Deathstroke, whether it be like in series form or, something along those lines. And in my brain, I'm thinking like that would be a great foundation to sort of shed some light and some background around him, and then maybe lead to the face-off. But yeah, I want to hear your specific thoughts.
I know there was a big movement back when Zack Snyder's Justice League came out to do Deathstroke on HBO Max, which is now calling itself Max or something stupid. But I think that would have been an awesome little mini series that they could have done on HBO Max. I think that would have been great. Deathstroke is such an interesting, complicated character. He has a son that is really interesting. Jericho, one of my favorite comic book characters. He was on Titans.
Right.
But I think that would have been a great thing to do. I mean, there's all formats they could have done. I mean, they could have done a Deathstroke movie if they had wanted to do it. I think that would have been really cool too. The thing that's upsetting to me about all of this kind of Warner Brothers stuff is that there was so much potential for all of these characters and all of these stories to be told, and for some reason I can't understand it. It breaks my brain, because it's like, do you not like money? Do you not like making money? Because I mean, we just going to the Full Circle event, we proved that there was a huge demand. Things sold out in, I've heard, anywhere between 4 to 8 minutes. How many directors do you know that throw their own conventions that sell out in 4 minutes? I can't think of another one. So there could have been so many awesome movies, TV shows that they could have done that people would have been up for. Not just Deathstroke, but like the Atom with Ryan Choi. There were so many different things they could have done, and for some reason they just threw it all away. But I mean, I think there's so many other formats they could have done Deathstroke stuff in the comics. That would have been really cool. I think the Snyderverse continuing on in the comics is actually kind of a no-brainer. I mean, comic sales don't do that well anyway, but if you had Snyderverse comics, oh my gosh, how many people would buy like the variant cover and all the, the different things that would come out. Yeah. But I think the Batman Deathstroke stuff would have been so awesome, because Batgirl could have been introduced, so you could have tied Batgirl into things. And one of the things that I think is kind of a missed opportunity from the Zack Snyder's Justice League Q&A panel is somebody asking them about Deathstroke in the nightmare sequence, because then you go from, what's the timeline for that? Would Batman have fought Deathstroke before Zack Snyder or before the nightmare sequence? So by the time they get to the nightmare sequence, are they patching things up and now working together with the Joker? Like all of that stuff is really interesting, and I kind of wish that that they had maybe had a question about that, because that's actually an interesting thought of like, when the end of the world comes, I guess you just have to throw those squabbles away and work together. So yeah, I think the Deathstroke stuff would have been awesome.
I think Rebecca brings up an excellent point, because like, thinking about that entire relationship of Batman and Deathstroke in the nightmare sequence, because they would theoretically have to patch certain things up, as we've heard Joe. Oh man, I'm gonna butcher his last name now too.
Manganiello.
Okay. Joe M. He's talked about doing Deathstroke and how he would have essentially ruined Bruce's life, and I've been thinking about how Justice League 2 would essentially, you have to like not necessarily clear the table. You have to set the pieces up in a way to where that has to happen. And I've been thinking about, well, if Deathstroke is like a shark and he's going through Bruce Wayne's life and dismantling it one by one, he would obviously probably go after the people closest to Bruce Wayne's life, which would probably include Jim Gordon and Alfred Pennyworth. Now, on the other side of the coin for Superman in Justice League Part 2, if you have to completely sever his ties to humanity by, killing Lois Lane, you would probably have to, at some point, maybe kill Martha Kent. And I was thinking, well, if there was a way to do that, maybe, just maybe, give Martha Kent the heart attack like Jonathan Kent had in Superman 78. But again, this is all just theory. I'm not at all saying it's definitive, but like I'm just thinking about the idea of like if you have Superman and you have to like sever his ties to humanity in the form of Lois Lane, well, at that point, someone would have to ask, well, what about Martha Kent? Well, what if Martha Kent wasn't there?
Yeah.
Oh, real quick. I know this group has probably seen it by now, but just real quick, shout out to Marv Wolfman, the co-creator of Deathstroke.
Oh, yes.
Who saw everything and was like, I totally want to see whatever Ben Affleck wanted to do, because who made that character, I'd love to see him fight Batman in a Batman movie.
And Marv Wolfman has been... The thing about Marv Wolfman, I think, is that he is one of those creators who just loves seeing his characters on screen. I mean, he's done everything from... He showed up in the 5th part of Crisis on Infinite Earths on the CW. He had multiple cameos in Teen Titans Go as himself. And then when Zack Snyder's Justice League was coming out, of course, he talked about Cyborg, because he created Cyborg with George Perez as well. I mean, so the part of my shout out for Marv Wolfman is just being a creator who's like, I just like seeing my characters, out in the world. Any opportunity. He's not one of those creators that's like, no, don't you dare touch, my character. Don't you dare.
You can only do it one way. If you don't do it my way, it's no good.
I was gonna say he's like the antithesis of Alan Moore.
Yeah, Marv Wolfman is such a rare thing among comic book creators, because some of them, I hate to say this, but some of them are kind of jerks.
I have other words, but yes, that's very
that's the nice way. That's the nicest thing I can say. But he's so awesome.
Kind.
Let's not. I was gonna say let's not name names, but it's true. I've seen a lot of comic creators just being kind of vindictive, especially toward the Snyderverse and just a lot of other ways.
Yeah,
and it's just really weird, because frankly, it's just if you know media and you know comic books, like there's always going to be a new interpretation of this stuff. Like I'm not the biggest person on the Titans show. I lost interest over time. But Marv Wolfman is just supportive regardless, because he loves seeing his characters be done regardless. Dan Jurgens, I'll give a shout out to.
Dan Jurgens, absolutely.
He's just been so open-minded about Cavill's version and just being like, well, no, I mean, like, this is this interpretation, but this is like the way that the take that they're going with, because they're trying to make a more modern-esque version. They're showing the world to be more paranoid about stuff, which it is, and just I don't know. But yeah, a lot of creators. It's weird. It's that joke about being in a box because of a comic or something like that, and that's sometimes how they choose to be, and I mean that's fine. That's their life. But
you'd wonder that they think like someone goes to a movie, they see this character on screen, and they're just like, oh my god, I want to read more about them, and they go see or they go pick up like 5-10 comic books surrounding that character, and it's like that movie is literally selling more comic books. So I would be you think they'd be happy that their characters or stories or whatever are being more widespread.
I have my feet in both worlds. I was a movie kid first growing up, and I've always loved comic books, but I didn't really get into it until a little bit after high school. And the thing that I've noticed with comic creators, at least, and this is just my personal opinion, but like it extends to comic book fans as well, is that they don't seem to think at large about the main general audience, because the truth is, there's going to be comic fans no matter what that are going to go to the movie just to see how the movie comes out, and that's always going to be the case. But the general audience is what really makes these things as big and huge as they are, because like they're the ones that are told, they're doing something different over here with this, and they're like, okay, maybe I'll check that out, and then and then word of mouth spreads, and I mean, Avengers was as big as it was, I think, in my opinion, because people had never seen that before, had never experienced, and it was a new theater experience, and and then Infinity and Endgame were the payoff to that. But the interest will fall off over time. It does. It just naturally does, and I think that's what a lot of comic creators, especially, need to understand and learn, and comic fans too, is that the general audience is what makes these movies as big as they are. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling, but.
No, that's the point that we have made many times over the years, because we as fans get a little ahead of ourselves about how important we think we are.
What?
I know,
really?
right?
No, we don't.
Never.
No.
Yeah, see, Joey says, no,
we don't. It's not true. We're perfect.
Yeah,
we're good people.
Exactly. No, we do. That's what happens. Yeah. Exactly. Drink. And speaking of fans, Mr. Verby over on Patreon, he had a question that because I asked like those guys if they had any questions, and the one question that he said, have you ever gotten any sense of some of the unsung heroes at WB or in Snyder's camp that were instrumental in getting the Snyder Cut campaign over the finish line? Wesley Collar, Charles Roven, Ben Affleck, Bob Greenblatt, Jim Lee. Yeah, I mean, yeah. When we're talking about this whole thing, I mean, some of those.
What about that HBO Max? The head of HBO Max.
Kylar,
Jason Kylar.
Yeah. They greenlit. They were like, okay, we see the potential here. They greenlit it. It was a done deal, and then like a few months later, Jason Killer, who's now gone. Sorry, Kylar. Thank you. And Toby Emmerich combined to do that day one bullshit with HBO Max, and Toby took complete control of HBO Max and fired the people that greenlit the Snyder Cut, and then killed everything dealing with the Snyderverse going forward, pretty much. So Zach must have really loved that. But
was the whole Warner Max label was going to be its own theatrical streaming label. And that was under Kylar. And it went, when they did that reorg, the Warner Max went under Emmerich, and then Warner Max got axed entirely. I don't even know if the Snyder Cut ended up having it. That first trailer said a Warner Max.
It did. Yeah, it did. I totally forgot about that. You're right.
Well, even like some of it's that property. That logo. It's that property of Warner Max too. When he was posting images of like them completing it, it's that property of Warner Max.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I wanted to also cite in this discussion is there was like gosh, I don't know if it was like intentional or what. It was obscuring the actual audience participation in the content as far as like viewership and subscriber growth after like post it being on the platform. And Dave, I know you had a running meme on your show of like, what are the numbers? Yes, yeah. And I'm just like, F yeah, man, where are they at?
I know, right? I mean, that's the thing. It's like, well, you got to wonder what those numbers and. Well, this is what we were talking about, like what we're saying about, what Rebecca was saying about Snyderverse comic books. I mean, if we're not going to get more live action, which again, we got to remember that this last movie, the movie that we saw last weekend on the big screen for the first time, IMAX, it started filming in 2016, 7 fucking years ago. It was already pre-production, in 2015, my God. The fact that it took so long to get that version. I mean, so many things have changed. And the whole Henry Cavill debacle that happened last year. And, and then now everything's just kind of moving in a different direction. It's like, and I get it. There's fans that still are trying to push for live action, and I interacted with those fans, and I just kind of go like, hey, you do you, fine. If you think that somehow everybody can come back together and something can happen, cool. I wish I lived in that world where I thought that could happen. But I'm just kind of going, graphic novels, that's just not a bad alternative. It's not a bad alternative to get books about these stories. And the fact that Zach was so reluctant to talk about that Joker story, it got us all kind of talking like, is something in the works?
Well,
he's got a good reputation with Jim Lee.
If that stuff wasn't even planned for movies in the first place, the entire idea was that was going to be a supplemental thing, maybe to kind of pitch more of the universe. then that's an ideal place to kind of start with that anyway, because like if there is some chance, I don't know, long shot though it may be, of getting something like Justice League 2 in the future, then what's wrong with getting a tie-in?
Well, look what Zack's doing now with Rebel Moon. I mean, he's tying in it all over the place. Video game, books, all kinds of shit. It's like he's all about the different, it's not just one thing. But
I mean, look at all the stuff that we've either already started to see come up for pre-links, like stuff that we've never had before with a Zack production, like a novelization by a professional author of Rebel Moon. And then, the traditional art book that we would get from Titan, and then the RPG that we've been hearing about.
Yes,
did
I
you
wanted
see
to
the
call
books?
that out.
I did.
Beautiful.
It looked awesome.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, did you see that? I could try to pull that up.
Yeah.
Big fan of tabletop RPGs, which I kind of speculated when Zack mentioned, oh yeah, we're developing an RPG. It's about to be epic. I'm a big fan of tabletop RPGs, so I kind of got the feeling that that's what the medium would be. Although the folks who believe that it would be a video game, or that the future would entail the development of a video game, I totally see that. It's just the opportunity to be able to expand on the potential lore. Not sure what we would get from the films themselves, but yes, I feel like this is a great way to continue to expand the lore for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these look great.
Yeah.
I'm not into this stuff personally, like the tabletop stuff, but the fact that they clearly put money into this, this looks really good. And this is just like I don't think this is even like the final edit. This is just kind of like them, I think, throwing it out there. I think I
probably
could be
yeah.
wrong.
I was kind of thinking that too. I don't think this is finalized now.
Because because there's no pre-order links. It's like one of those things that's buried within like a website that you've never heard of, and I get suspicious when that happens. But that also means I don't know.
I was kind of skeptical on the sources as well, because none of them came from like an official outlet. So to your point, or a reputable outlet, I should say. Yeah. But yeah, like there was also good commentary in some of the fan feedback about sometimes Netflix gets over their head as far as like the pre-marketing. No. Oh yeah, I know, right? Super unexpected and surprising.
I know. So, I mean, hopefully I saw that too. And I'm like, is that real? I wasn't sure. I didn't retweet that kind of stuff like right away. But the fact of the matter is like he's utilizing all the different, the different ways to put out this content. It's like it's games, it's books, it's spinoffs, it's whatever, shows, animation. That's why when like people are like, no, it's got to be one thing. It's like, no, it can't. And I'm just going, again. I think that there's going to be more Snyderverse DC stuff, but it's just going to be something else. Because the point that was given out there, the Batman 89, the Superman 78 books that came out. I mean, they continued those stories. We have stories that are within those universes. And there's no reason that we can't. I mean, they would sell. They would like leap off the shelves. Like, hey, you want more Snyderverse? Guess what?
I mean, seriously, go back to when the Snyder Cut came out, and I think it was like Justice League number 57. We all bought the variants. Do you think I read that book? Nope.
No one did.
I literally bought it for the cover.
That's it.
I didn't even buy it. I bought the cover as a work of art, because it was Bermejo and Liam Sharp and Jim Lee.
I hope Bermejo. I would love him to, if they're going to do that Joker story, just. His illustrations are. I love Jim Lee. Don't get me wrong, but Miho, man, that guy just the real.
He would totally be down for that. I think
so too.
Oh, Steven, that'd be good.
Which one? What would you say, Steven?
Bermejo drawing anything from the Nightmare would just be
like yep.
Yeah,
100%.
Well, that goes back to Rhea's point about the the analytics of Zack Snyder's Justice League, like. HBO Max and AT&T, I'm convinced they had numbers. They knew what the audience was. I actually went to the Zack Snyder's Justice League exhibit in Dallas when it was at the AT&T Center, and saw the big storyboards and everything, and saw the costumes. And I was speaking to one of the AT&T employees. She was like a one of the social media people, and I said something off the cuff of like, I hope they do more of this because it was obviously a big hit. Because anecdotally, I had people in my life who hadn't talked to me in like 10 years coming up to me and being like, "Hey, I love that Zack Snyder's Justice League thing," and I was like, where have you been? I haven't spoken to you in forever. So I know people who weren't into this stuff or watching it. And she basically acknowledged me. I can't remember what she said exactly, but she acknowledged to me that they knew it was a hit. And there's video of that executive from AT&T. I think it was AT&T who called it a global phenomenon. So there's an audience for that. And what I think is really smart on behalf of Netflix is that they know there's an audience. They know Zack Snyder is like an IP upon himself that they can make money off of. And so I think it's really smart that they're doing things like this RPG and developing all these things around Rebel Moon and Army of the Dead and all that kind of stuff, because Netflix doesn't really, their model is kind of like, how are they making money? Because they spend all this money on these big budget movies, but they don't. I think they're introducing advertising. If I maybe heard something correctly. But they can sell this merchandise and make money.
Yeah.
I wanted to call out 2 different points. So like your just now comment about Netflix making money. I do see them investing in more international content because they do see there's a market, like especially with Korean dramas, like that is burgeoning for sure. Yeah, definitely. And it doesn't cost much to produce. So volume over, all else to continue to grow subscriber growth. And the other point I wanted to mention about Zack being somewhat like a revenue generator, I picked up during the I forget which one of the panels it was, something about if I have these ideas for smaller projects, but I only get approved for these bigger ones, and then if the bigger ones are successful, then they might consider doing my smaller projects.
It was Man of Steel. That was the Man of Steel one.
The point I wanted to make by citing that is I know that he had aspirations to develop a Fountainhead adaptation,
right?
And that's an Ayn Rand novel that is somewhat controversial from what I understand. That plan was was tabled because of the themes in the movie about objectivism and basically like pro unhinged, unchecked capitalism. And then in this day and age, I understand it's a very controversial topic, but depending on how he would have adapted it, because we know that he likes to explore themes that sort of like are clashing, and his interpretation of the themes in the novel as well would definitely be up for a very varied discussion that wouldn't just be one-sided as Ayn Rand's work has been described as. So I just wanted to call him out that that seems like a smaller end project that he probably does have aspirations still to develop, among others, that it just doesn't have the chance because he's just so known for these blockbusters.
It's Horse Latitudes is the one that I'm looking for, like the one where he just wants, he just wants to take 2 guys into the jungle and film it. Like that's that $1 project that I want to see, because that's something. And also the Fountainhead. The best thing about Fountainhead, really, Rhea, is that it doesn't have those themes as much as like Atlas Shrugged does. Right. Fountainhead is very much more like he approaches from because it's about the architect, and the architect is just an analogy for the artist. So
it's essentially a Zack Snyder story.
Oh my God, you read the Fountainhead? And it's
I just kind of know the basics of it. That
it's essentially the Snyder Cut story.
The architect really gets screwed over. And,
some of the themes that I picked up on with Fountainhead, though, is having the construct of influence from society versus the artist's struggle to just interpret their work as they envisioned it. And it's a total Snyder Cut story for sure. And how he would execute it as far as the some of just wanting to see how he would execute it, and just it being a little bit more toned down than Atlas Shrugged, to your point, Scott. I'm just really fascinated by that.
Yep, and just like he was late to the Full Circle event, he's late here, Mr. Andre Nicotine.
Yes, I was late. I wasn't. Well, I was late because I got there.
You were late, Andre. Own it.
I was very late. But at least I showed up.
Yeah,
and it
you
was
made
great.
it. You made it just in time.
It was
You had your
great.
bag.
It
You had your
was.
bag on you.
I wore my bag the entire time.
Yeah, that's right.
The entire time
Yeah.
I was there.
You carried a lot of
you
you
had
carried
a-
a
you
lot
had
of
a
you
pretty
carried a lot of baggage with you.
Yeah, I had a lot of baggage with me. I did. It's my cross to bear.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
What's up? No, and sorry I got here late. I just got off work, but I understand Dave's gonna be moving this to an earlier time, so it should be interesting.
Might happen. Yeah,
It might happen. We'll see.
yeah, we'll see. We weren't talking about that right now. Jeez.
Oh, I know, right? I'm over here shifting topics on you. No, but
No, but
yeah.
I got
It's
a
all
feel
good.
for the folks on the East Coast. It's like, cracking
It
into
is.
like, 3 a.m. over there.
It is
Yeah.
2:26 a.m. in the morning where I am right
That's
now.
the thing.
Wow.
That's one of the reasons why I was like, all right, because we kind of had that was one of the things we kind of discussed in the house. I was like, yeah, I'm thinking about maybe bumping it a little early. So that's why I finally put those polls out, and it's just funny because Twitter was all about 5 o'clock, and YouTube was all keep it where it's at. And I was like, okay, interesting.
You got to be able to meet in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, that's probably what's going to end up happening, because even like with, sometimes these things go on for so long, even for me, after working all week, and then it's just like, and then of course, sipping on whatever, I just go into my, I just log off, go into my bed and just pass out. And then I wake up, I'm just like, whatever.
I still remember the we did like the review panel thing, like for like the Suicide Squad, like a couple years ago. That was like, I think probably the only vodka stream I've been on from beginning to end. And the next day I was like, oh,
welcome to the party, pal.
I know. Yeah. I'm like, how do they do this every week?
I know it gets rough. It definitely gets rough. So I was like, I've always considered it. And then, we just kind of like briefly talked about it. I don't know. I think it just got brought up or something, but
I can't.
And then even like when I have guests that are on East Coast, when I always go, I started at 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and they're like, what? That's 11 o'clock my time. I'm like, I know. And then they're just like, yeah. So it's just like, that's a little rough. It's a little rough. So.
It is rough.
I can't even imagine when Krypton's core. Najid. Yeah, I'm just gonna call him Najid because that's his name. Yeah, like him telecasting from where he's at.
It's middle of the afternoon for him. He's at lunchtime.
It's
my
afternoon
bad.
Saturday. Yeah, he's in India.
It's
so
actually not that bad.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
some of those dudes. I mean, we got Australian people here. It's always the next day, so it's okay with them. But yeah, it's just when it comes to East Coast, and I sometimes I feel bad for Scott or Steven or some of these guys, or Joey.
I've gone to bed at 3 a.m.
Oh yeah. I mean,
and yet somehow my children still decide to wake up at like 5:30 and 6.
That's the thing.
Like,
So
get up. You're like, ugh.
So that's why it was like we're kind of toying with that idea. But anyways,
I mean, it makes sense because I mean, even when I was doing the show, my show at like, midnight Pacific time, like trying to get anyone to come on with me who didn't live on the West Coast, they were just like, no. It was a hard no, because it's like 3 a.m. I'm like, yeah, I get it.
Exactly. It's rough. It's rough. But back to the subject of I mean the continuation of Snyderverse things. I mean, I think it's there, and like you said, Rebecca, that Netflix is they're all in that's why Zach is so happy over there, and you could just see that he's so happy over there. It's just the fact that they're like, hey, what do you want? I mean, and one of the most brilliant things that Zach did when it came to when it came to releasing the Snyderverse is putting his fucking name in the front of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
The fact that that was a big middle finger to, of course, WB, partially, but at the same time, it's like he created such a brand for himself.
And the timing of this weekend happens, and then what does Netflix like to tweet out? Hey guys, by the way, we got Dawn of the Dead on Netflix now. So much Dawn of the Dead. And if there's not some sort of cross marketing there between here's Dawn of the Dead, and oh, by the way, go over here and go watch Army of the Dead, and and can they please get Las Vegas back up and running, please. I so
be
want to.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, right.
Twilight of
They've
the
got
Gods
the-
is going though. They're doing
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Though they've been doing animation studios. That's been an issue.
Pain in the ass for him. So
Speaking of Dawn of the Dead, yeah, I do totally see that Zack's relationship with WB is improving. It's not, it's not 100% transparent where it's at, but I do imagine that there may be, some, murmurs and, some sort of like, intention to try and like see where, any sort of continuation, like printed media, etc., could happen. Where I know Zack was blocked from being able to release any, even like the initial sketches for his work, and it seemed like that was then, and then this is now. So yeah, I'm pretty optimistic that maybe in like over the course of maybe like a couple years or so, I'd imagine that he's developing this whole other universe over on Netflix, so maybe that's taking up some of his bandwidth. But yeah, I am optimistic about that conversation becoming more concrete in the future.
I did notice that basically both him and Debbie during the event directly thanked the new heads of Warner Brothers Studios, Pam Addy and Mike DeLuca.
and Mike DeLuca,
Yeah, there was no mention of DC Studios or James Gunn. That's what I know. So I think that shows that they have rebuilt some sort of relationship over there to some degree.
Big.
Yeah. So I mean, that's more progress than we were having a couple of years ago by a wide mile.
Definitely. But I mean, the fact that you have Jim Lee, who is now in charge of DC Comics. I mean, to me, that's your biggest window or opportunity is that, if we ever wanted to see these stories in like a graphic novel form, this would be the best opportunity for that to happen. Not to mention Jim Lee was there, like he took part in creating this, the original storyboards with Zack.
Right.
So it's not like it's a story that it's like, oh yeah, I remember you talked about that. That sounds kind of cool. No, he was a part of the creative process during that time when they're creating the storyboard. So if there were ever a time that a graphic novel form of Zack's story would be put out, I mean, I would think, now rather than, before would be a better opportunity for it with Jim Lee now being in charge of DC Comics.
He also drew the Full Circle T-shirt.
Exactly.
So he's already still in it. Yeah.
Jim's been a fan for a long time. I met him a few different times and stuff, and he was hugely supportive of Man of Steel. I know when it came out and stuff like that. He really liked that movie, I think, and I don't know his feelings on BVS, but I'm going to assume that he probably dug Justice League, seeing as he did a giant T-shirt for it. I'm just gonna.
Well,
assume.
I mean, he did the cover for Empire magazine that Best Buy ended up turning into.
We got to stand up, Scott.
There we go.
There we go. He's got it. He's gonna get it. He's gonna get
Gotta
it.
stretch it out.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
right. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
That's right.
that was
Yeah.
really cool.
Oh,
You're
right
right.
about
about that.
That's beautiful.
Right.
Oh no,
That is
because
really
this was the black and white was
wow.
this was the subscriber variant for Empire magazine, and then when Best Buy did two of these, because they did this one for Batman v Superman.
Is that the movie?
Oh man, that would look so
That looks
badass
so badass.
on a black T-shirt, the black and white one,
Because he
stretched
also-
over.
Because
the
he
whole
also
thing.
did a Man of
Right.
Steel one.
Wow, and you have that. That's fucking amazing.
Of course I have it.
I know. I don't know why.
Who are you
I don't know why.
talking to here?
I made,
Yeah.
I made the
Scott-
mistake. I made the mistake last weekend of asking Scott if he had something, and everybody just looked at me like, "Yes,
Are
you
you serious?
dumbass."
No, Scott's got plugs all over apparently for this merch.
Yeah.
Oh, Rhea.
Only.
Rhea, you have no idea.
Oh man, I know
You
they're
have a
all
little bit
over.
idea.
I was
Yeah.
curious. I was curious earlier when we were talking about like movies and comics. Scott, do you also have the Batman Begins graphic novel that came out along with the movie?
Yes, because it was in the it was packaged with the movie. So yes, I have that. It's somewhere, but because
No, I mean like the Dark Horse comics that the big one that was like the entire movie in the comic.
God, I always love those.
No, I don't think I had that.
I have something that Scott doesn't.
No, because
I don't-
You better reach for it.
I had the one that came in the box because there was like a box set that the movie and the graphic novel adaptation like fit inside of the box.
Okay.
And
That's
I
pretty
had
cool.
that. Kind of like we know back when the clamshell of Batman Mask of the Phantasm came out, and it came with the graphic novel adaptation of Phantasm
Oh, yeah.
inside of the VHS.
Yep, I had that. I don't know where it's at. It's probably thrown away. What were you gonna say, Paul?
I was gonna say I don't have either of those, but I did go and find the original, Batman '89 one that they had made. That there was the big one shot comic that was the adaptation of the movie.
I had returns of that. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
So I always love those books because, like, you love the movie so much,
Mhm.
and then you like can get a book of that. They did that with Bill and Ted. They did a Bill and Ted's book.
RoboCop.
They did they did that with the Mask. Because you had the actual Mask comic book, which I'm still waiting for an actual legit adaptation. Although I still like the Jim Carrey version. We don't talk about Son of the Mask.
No.
But yeah,
isn't that how
that-
the that
No,
was
we
really
don't.
common because isn't that how those kids made that Raiders of the Lost Ark recreation?
Oh, is that how they did that? I know.
I think the comic helped them out for sure. They said they saw the movie a bunch of times as well too. So, but the comic would have definitely.
But because that was pre like home video was not common if it was available at all. Back around that time, and so yeah, comic adaptations were like the closest a lot of people could get to having the movies outside of theaters.
It was great always to get those. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Joey's trying to find that comic book right now. Good for him. Good for him.
I watched the first 10 minutes of that Raiders thing because there was a link for a while that you could watch it if you wanted to. I just watched the first 10 minutes, and those kids did like ridiculous amount of work for the early 1980s on videotape. So
I couldn't find the actual thing, but I watched the documentary on it, and that included some footage, and it was crazy how well they replicated it, and not just. It's like those. Who are the kids that do the trailer recreations now?
Oh, I don't know the name, but I know what you're talking about.
But it was about that level of quality of getting the angles down and kind of inventive special effects and really.
Yeah, I think it was either mentioned in the documentary or afterwards, but I know Spielberg did see them hit their version of the movie, and even he was like wow, because that was what he used to do as a kid. If you've seen The Fabelmans, that's what.
Oh yeah, 100%. Great movie.
Yeah,
great movie.
Yeah, and so to him, it brought him back, and he's just like, wow, these kids, these guys inspired me basically because it reminds me of the old days and just all the stuff that they're doing and stuff.
Oh, do you have it, Joey?
Oh, you got it?
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Nice.
I like that.
I know. I figured
he's trying to rub it in now.
Yeah, we figured when you left, you're like, oh, he's getting that comic book.
I was like, I got it. If I have it and Scott doesn't.
Yeah,
I love how that's like
made
the
Joey's
bar.
night.
That's always like the bar.
That is
I
the
have
bar.
it, Scott
That's absolutely the bar.
Yeah,
Bar.
it's the bar, Scott.
You probably
said
have the bar.
bar.
You have the bar in there, and somewhere in your man cave.
Actually, yeah, it's right here. No, seriously, there's the bar.
And there it is.
All right. You guys have a good night. I'll talk to you later.
The wrap.
Man, no, but
Just
Andre, I wanted to ask though, your adventure to this whole thing. I mean, we know you only got there Sunday, but
only. He's a fake fan.
Glad you could make it at all, man. It was
I
great.
know.
Poor soul, you got to watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, and I know.
That's the thing though. At least you made it to that because
I mean that was.
If you just showed up Friday for Man of Steel, that would have been like, all right, cool, but
Yeah, I would have been like, cool. See you later. Well, I mean, there was a whole cocktail hour and all that stuff. We get to meet Zach and get autographs, so it would have been a lot. But I mean, I will say that I'm similar to what you guys have already said. That seeing the movie in IMAX, it was like seeing it for the first time all over again. I mean, there were so many details that I never knew existed, and the magnitude of some of these shots were just so immense on that IMAX screen. And I was saying, the shot where she jumps over Steppenwolf, Wonder Woman, she jumps over him and she clashes her sword with his axe, and that shot was just so much bigger in IMAX. It was just mind blowing. It was like, whoa, there she goes, while like watching it on my TV, it's like, oh, that's a badass shot. But seeing it on IMAX, it just like blew my mind. But you know, the Into the Speed Force scene with the Flash.
That was
like,
So
oh my god, what's happening?
I teared up again.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times you guys teared up. I teared up probably about 5 times.
Oh, a few times.
Oh man.
Every night, at least once every screening.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
every night. Yeah. So did I.
But that scene,
Especially
it
with
was
Zach. Just kidding.
like it was the magnitude of that scene and how powerful it was, especially in IMAX. It was just like, I remember thinking to myself, I was like, holy shit! And then after it ended, when he reaches out, he touches Cyborg, and it goes, and all of a sudden, like, bam! You see Ray Fisher, like,
My
whoa,
stomach
you know.
sank a little bit. My stomach like kind of went ooh. Like,
As soon as that scene like cut to Ray Fisher, you know, inside the mother box, I turned to Dave and I was like, holy shit! And you were like, yeah, I know, man. It was a lot. It was like, wow, that just happened right now, and now there's still more movie to go on. You know what I mean? Like, we haven't even got to the nightmare scene yet. Like, holy crap! It was just a lot, and I kept finding myself, like when we got to the Amazons taking on Steppenwolf. I mean, even then I was like, holy shit, we're here! Like, my god! And then when we got to with Steppenwolf attacking Atlantis, you know, to get the mother box, I was like, holy crap, we haven't even seen this scene yet. You know, there was just so many scenes and layers that to experience, and then not to mention that, but every time you reach the end of a part, it was like part 2. It was like these massive, you know, text on the screen. It was, you know, like part 1, don't count it, Batman, just gigantic, just like holy shit. And it was just amazing. I was like, dude, and to know that like only a handful of people, or I should say 300 some odd people I've got to experience this, and we were one of them. It was incredible. It was just incredible. I mean, and to know that like Ray Fisher and Ray Porter and probably Zach and all those guys were down there watching it at the same time.
Zach and Debbie were down.
We're right down there. Yeah.
Right down there. And, and Ben Affleck was down in the hallway behind the exit door. I don't know. But
he was in the car with J-Lo.
It was just like, I'm sorry, but like the movie was just, and of course the idea would always run through my head of how did this not get released like this to the public back in 2017?
Well, we know how.
We know how, but it's just it's amazing because the movie is so good. You're just like, wow, this is this is amazing.
Was there like around the horn? Was there any like particular scene, like Rebecca? Like, what was a particular scene that would just, you know, like, oh my god.
Well, a lot of it for me was the Steppenwolf Darkseid stuff, and especially when it would be like a close up of Darkseid, that was ginormous.
Yeah.
But I think what's probably not going to get mentioned as much, which I think should get a mention, is the Iceland sequence when at the very beginning when Bruce goes to find Arthur. That stuff looked beautiful in IMAX.
That's what I was going to bring up. That's what I was going to bring up when it came to scene. I'm like, I was telling Steph, I'm like, oh my god, here we go. And she was like, what? I'm like, this cinematography right here.
That's all
I've been dying to see in this format, and it was just. It felt like it was longer too. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, it was.
It felt like it was longer to you guys. I was like, and I love that because I was just looking at all of just all. Oh man!
But not only that though, but like the music that's playing during that scene, like with the drums. And I remember I was watching the scene and I was like rocking my head to it. I look around and I see other fans doing the same thing. Like, I was, and it's like Dave, you were saying it. It's like going to a concert, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone would, you had all these big cheer moments, but like the one scene that I think a lot of us thought there'd be a huge cheer for, but there wasn't. Was when Steppenwolf, first landed in Themyscira. Everybody, I think, was so just like starstruck by how amazing he looked that nobody really cheered. It was just kind of like, holy shit! That's what I did. I was like, wow, he looks incredible. Especially when he stood up and all of his armor comes on, and it was just amazing.
Yeah.
What I thought was really interesting is that I noticed Steppenwolf's eyes a little bit more in IMAX, and sometimes I noticed that the more human appearing eyes in films kind of are there to help build empathy somewhat. And I don't know, I guess like I was feeling a little bit bad for for Steppenwolf having been, having to redeem himself and being so like, at the will of, his superiors. So it was more impactful for me because otherwise I wouldn't feel too sorry for him after, seeing him slaughter, so many Themyscirians. But it would be the close-ups of his eyes for me, just like groveling for, for his existence to not be, destroyed. So yeah, I don't know. It was a really complex, showcasing of that character that really was more impactful because of how we were viewing it.
For me, the history lesson, like when the ship opens and Darkseid like jumps out, and I actually there was a couple of times that I just like I get motion sickness in IMAX sometimes, like when like every time we went into like Cyborg's eye, and it was like the
you feel it in your stomach.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I feel it, and I get that motion sickness, and so I kind of felt the same way when Darkseid Uxas jumps out of that ship in the history lesson. I just like, okay, I felt that. All right.
I had to hold Scott back like a seatbelt. I was like, I got you.
Mommy arm. Mommy arm.
You're fine. You're fine.
You hit the brakes real quick, and you're like, oh, I gotcha.
I'd probably echo Scott's comments though. Like with history lesson was one of the biggest things I was looking forward to because it's the first like big team up thing we see in the Justice League movie, and just like obviously you're sitting in the IMAX, you're thinking like you're going to see everything, and that's one of the biggest scope like sequences because you're seeing everyone. And I just thought that was
hear like the crew at War Power for the first time.
And then continuing with Darkseid, like I was really looking forward to the first time when he does Ray calls it like the Darkseid getting out of the shower, like the lava thing. But when he right when he first speaks, I was looking forward to hearing his voice in IMAX and just like because we've heard it, I'm sure you can get the best sound system you can find and in your own home, but when you hear it in IMAX, it's something completely different. And like I was just really looking forward to that, and I wasn't disappointed at all. I thought it was incredible.
I don't know. Yeah, I think for me it's probably all of part 5, all the King's Horse, all the King's Men. More specifically, like there's this moment between Bruce and Alfred where they're talking about it's the line that they used in the trailer for the marketing, and Jeremy Irons says, if you can't bring down the charging bull, don't wave the red cape at it. And Ben Affleck goes, you do with this red cape charges back. To hear that and to see the inflection and to hear that and see it in 3 stories high was just made me so happy, because right then and there Bruce Wayne is just so confident, like, you know what? It's either the end of the world or we bring Superman back and we save the world.
Well, I'm going to go with that. During the whole Snyder Cut campaign, it was all about these images and the all this stuff that we had kind of seen. But I remember watching the trailers, and that was the first moment I was really like, oh, there's the Chris Terrio dialogue.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what we were missing from because not much of that really there was no dialogue really teased as big like rallying cries for getting the cut released. It was all about different shots and VFX and stuff like that and story points. Yeah. So I every time I hear those, I remember that moment where I was like, oh, that's right. We've got all sorts of Terrio dialogue that we just haven't heard yet.
Yeah, and like speaking of like what you were talking about with like VFX shots and stuff like that, just to see like when Darkseid, like after he jumps out and lands, and then he does the whole like the dirt, and then he just looks. I mean, just see that shot. I just I was like, it was so beautiful on that big screen, but at the same time, just remembering when Zack teased like shit like that, and we saw it unfinished. We saw it like the beginnings of that. When that was all
Happy Father's Day. I remember it was a Father's Day post when we got.
Was it a Father's Day?
It was a Father's Day post.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was nuts. I mean, even when Steppenwolf fought the Amazons, when he takes his axe and cuts her throat, and then cuts the rope, grabs him, and throws the horses, and then
so much blood.
Yeah.
And then he flexes and breaks all the arrows. It's like you could just feel like just how much of a beast, how much power he was like he had. It was just kind of like fuck. I was thinking to myself, I was like, God, if I was there, I'd be terrified. You know, and
Yeah.
when you watch it on your TV, you're just like, this is cool. When seeing IMAX, I was like, dude, I do not want to be there right now. You know, and it was nuts.
Another shot that gave me like, you know, when your stomach kind of drops, especially with IMAX, is like that reveal of Wonder Woman in the opening, you know, and like that shot that I love that shot so fucking much. With Junkie's score, just like, and then it just goes down, and then you hear the music kick in when you see her. I mean, the way that it dips down and then it rotates up, I love that shot so much. To see that, anything. But Paul, do you have a shot that you thought about? Like
you
that
you guys covered quite a bit. I will say one thing real quick on the Wonder Woman thing, and then I'll try to find my own thing. Every time I've seen the movie, and knowing Zach, it's hard to say because Zach has a dark humor about him sometimes. But
sometimes
when the lead gunman gets killed by Wonder Woman when she does the thing, it blows out the wall.
Yeah.
I'm a big Looney Tunes fan. Every time that hat falls down,
so Looney Tunes.
I always think of Yosemite Sam, who just got fucked over by Bugs Bunny. Every time I see that hat, and I laugh, and I I know the guy just got obliterated, but it's just I can't help thinking about that.
It's funny, like I think of that, but I also think of like, oh, it's also a neat little Watchmen Easter egg too, because
with Rorschach's hat.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's very true. I didn't even think about that. And again, another parallel. Whether intentional, probably. Who knows? Zach is just like.
But now someone needs to edit in the Daffy Duck saying duck season fire, and then he shoots down the line. He's like,
yes. So I like. But like a favorite moment. I mean, there's just so many to name. The one thing that I really liked in terms, because we were talking earlier about sheer moments and stuff, the one I felt actually was really deserving. I mean, you could say like not impressed and all of that, and Superman showing up, but it was the one where Cyborg had his own nightmare sequence in the stuff.
And then that slapped hard. It was like, whoa.
Yeah, I'm not broken. I'm not alone, and everyone just was like cheering, and I was like, it deserved.
And also in that moment, and I'd never noticed this before, but when he starts pulling apart the witches or the ghosts, you can see through them.
Oh my god! Right?
To see the League on the other side.
Yeah.
So like as the metaphor of him like breaking through this dark cloud, and they're like they're there waiting, like his team is waiting for him, and he just needs to get this out of his way. It's so cool.
Taking his place among the brave ones, as his father implied.
Well. Yeah, and just even seeing the League stare at Darkseid, and his army through the boom tube, and again, I thought to myself, I was like, why would you not have this scene in a Justice League movie? Like, at what point would you say, let's cut that out, let's get rid of that? Yeah. You'd think they'd be like, hey, let's find a way to shoehorn this scene into our movie, into the theatrical cut. But no, I mean, it was just
they probably wanted to hold off. They were probably too weary about the new God stuff, and we're going to hold it off for later. I mean, I know, I'm trying to follow the timeline, but I'm butchering her last name here, but
Ava DuVernay.
Yeah, she was ready to go with Tom King on
that.
You knew exactly where you were going with that one.
Man. She was ready to go on a New Gods movie, and the second the Snyder Cut came out, they fucking axed that shit because they're like, "There's no way whatever you're gonna make is gonna look that good." So I mean, that's how I took it in basically. But
I remember asking her who her favorite superhero was, and she explicitly quote tweeted me and said Big Barda, enough said. And then not long after that, she got announced for the New Gods film, and I was just like, hey, how about that?
Yeah, I think her love probably was there, but I mean I liked her doing Selma and stuff, but I had no idea what she would have done with the New Gods or if she.
That's a conversation, right?
She did Wrinkle in Time, which I mean, I watched.
I remember that.
Yeah. It wasn't that great, but again, it could have been the Disney machine that kind of fucked that up too, Yeah, but it wasn't good. It was not.
That was the movie I used MoviePass for, and I was still like, "Can I get my money back?"
Yeah, I know I got it free, but can you pay me?
Yeah,
you're like, this is gonna be so good.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was gonna be good.
Yeah. It
I
had
saw-
potential, but it was terrible.
Yeah.
I had read the book because it's one of those books you
Yeah.
get to read in school and stuff. And I remember I had vague memories of the book, but I remember liking it. And then I remember seeing the trailer for it, and I was like, I don't know what this is, but I don't want any part of it. I mean, not even
what I
being,
thought, yeah.
it's Disney. Sometimes Disney can do some fun things, and other times it's like
They take a little too much control. Yeah,
they do that.
I mean, I wasn't there for the first two, obviously. Like you guys were there. I mean, what was the biggest cheer moment for like Man of Steel or BVS? Like, what was the biggest moment?
Probably first
I think you can guess BVS.
Well, yeah. Yeah, everyone probably went ape shit.
I think Man of Steel would probably say First Flight.
Yep.
Yeah.
First
Yeah.
Flight, the biggest cheer moment.
I was surprised there wasn't more cheering after the world engine was destroyed, because that to me is one of the ultimate Superman moments.
Agreed,
Where he just lifts up and goes through everything.
Yeah.
And it's just that's probably my favorite moment in the movie, other than the fight with Zod and dealing with all of that and stuff.
Yeah.
And
I think I even asked Zach. I was like, Henry, like one of the things that like you auditioned for is like he had to yell a lot.
Yeah.
Man of Steel just, it's just like,
Yeah.
I mean, Jesus Christ, was that part of the audition process or something like that? My God, he had to yell a lot. But anyways, who was gonna say something? Sorry. Okay.
Has everyone given their favorite scene yet? I don't know.
I know. I was like, are we like gone through? Who hasn't given? Their
Sorry.
favorite
I was
scene?
gonna say. I know it was like kind of a joke, but on when Christina Wren says I just think he's kind of hot line, like that got a bigger applause than I was.
That got a big laugh. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I guess like for me, this is going to be a weird one, but it was this flashback scene to when Clark sort of like had this neurological response to the stimuli in his school, and it's so much, there's so much noise and so much stimuli around him where I got to get out of here, so he runs into like the storage closet, and there's just like this pulsating response to like he hasn't come to terms with how to manage those responses yet. And Martha comes and tries to console him, and just having that moment of like just like having that support system around being able to feel safe to acknowledge one's struggle, to kind of be present and feel okay and safe in that in an environment that just sort of like feels like it's attacking all of your senses at once. I personally read that as an analogy to being neurodivergent and not having or struggling with the ability to process everything around you, whether it be sight, sound, like physical responses to all of those things. And I called that out with Zach, and I was just like, oh my God, that scene just sort of spoke to me as far as like my ability that I've been struggling with my entire life. So I didn't want to say that I completely understand like the physical response of that scene, but I did feel, that would probably be like the best like visual representation of what a lot of us do experience.
Yeah, and then Mama knows best. When it comes to that, that's what I love about Man of Steel is like the when you see both parents take on like what he is going through. I mean, you have Jonathan going, just going, hey, you have this. He's handling the strength, the physical attributes. It's almost like Martha is handling like all the other stuff where he's just, especially stuff like that. Because I mean, Jonathan showing up in that scene probably wouldn't have given the best advice, like, hey, suck it up, son, something like that. Like but she said the perfect thing, but he was perfect when it came to the physical stuff, and I thought that was a good,
But to give Jonathan credit, he did I love that scene where the bullies attack him outside the Sullivans, and he's like, you okay? You okay? I am. That's not what I meant. Like, especially when he's like grasping the fence and he's completely like crushed the post that he was holding onto.
Which then is the correlation to the bar scene when he was fucking that guy up. But Steven, did you have like what was a favorite moment, like especially with like seeing Justice League on the big screen.
It's weird. The scene that stood out to me the most in IMAX, where I went like, wow, this is like a big difference, was really unexpected. But it's when Steppenwolf first starts to form the Unity after it gets all 3 boxes. And there's just there's a lot of like just portrait shots of just like head and shoulders of someone on screen in this movie, and that the aspect
Product
ratio
placement. Sorry.
really shows that off. But specifically in this scene where it's Steppenwolf and you just get the lighting is just right on his armor and the pieces are moving, and I don't know, there was something about it that just, there's like, you don't get that visual on such a kind of, it's not a mundane shot, but like a basic, you know, it's just a character's head, but it was I mean, there's the cool shots, like the you know, the team up shot and all that stuff, but it was moments like that where I thought it really shone.
Synchronize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good. Just so
That was
good. And, you know, like again, there's just the Flash scene was the Flash when he just was like, you know, the phasing out, and then just, you know, I love that people cheered with that part when he just and then everybody's just like, yeah, here it comes. I mean, we're all ready for it. But then when you see that slow motion shot when he's winding up to run, you just go, oh my God, what the fuck? How is that a thing? You know? How's that a thing? You know? It's just so gorgeous.
Sorry, go on.
I'll say it's crazy to learn too that on the same day that DJ was saying how they said, how did you make that shot? And he was like, well, we actually made it when we weren't supposed to make it. We made it, you know, when we were making the movie. And so like they actually worked on that scene, even though they really weren't supposed to work on that scene. They did anyway, because he said, hey, it'll be really cool. You guys will like it. So it's interesting to know that like they had already started working, if not finishing that scene ahead of time, which was really cool. It's another aspect.
Well, they were trying. They had to explain it to the studio, which they didn't fucking understand. I
don't know how they didn't understand that. I mean, it was just so epic.
It's because it's a bunch of suits that didn't know, you know, what the hell. You show that to somebody like Jim Lee, they go, oh yeah, I totally get it. You know,
I've been trying to explain to people for years why Marvel had such a good head start, and I said because they were Marvel Studios. Yep. They did their thing. They were distributed by Paramount, I think, at the time.
And then different studios, because Paramount did Iron Man, Universal did Hulk.
Yep. Yeah. But again, Marvel Studios was the one calling the shots. They don't need to explain to themselves their own characters.
Right, exactly.
DC has been, you know, under the guise of Warner Brothers since the 80s, you know? I mean, it's why Tim Burton got thrown off the Batman films. It's why the Richard Donner kind of got thrown off. Well, there was more the producers on that.
That was Saul Kinds.
Yeah. So it's just like it's just the same pattern over and over again over many different decades of just like, oh, we got a good things going here, and there it goes. And that's kind of just what happens, unfortunately, with Warner Brothers and other people and stuff. But regardless, you know, I think it's incredible still that we've got all this and we're here talking about it, and you know, it's just really good. Sorry, I'm going back on again.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's a good way to wrap it up, because you know we're going on 4 hours. I know, late for you guys.
2 in the morning.
You know,
yeah.
So we could have watched all of Zack Snyder's Justice League in this.
We're
finishing the credits right now. Actually,
we did the whole runtime. Here we go. So. But I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you guys coming on and talking about your experiences. I mean, I wanted to have strictly that, and thank you to Ray Porter, who was on earlier. You know, he dropped by because, you know, he's busy right now. If you're in the Philly area, please, you know, go to that con. I forgot what they called it.
Conopolis.
There you go.
Okay, cool.
Talk to Ray. You can meet him in person, you know, and it's, you know, he's
great experience. Meeting him in person.
Yeah, that was so freaking awesome. So awesome. But
I missed out on those.
Yeah, I know.
Anyways.
I flew home, and then when I landed, I looked at my phone, and you guys were having coffee with him. I was like, damn it. I was like, why can't I get a later flight?
I know. I could have just drove back, but I was like, no, I'm just going to drive home. After I dropped Scott off at like 3 o'clock in the morning when it was like raining. Yep. Woo, that was a fun drive home too, by the way. I was just like, don't be.
Every part of my travel plans was interesting. What can I say?
Well, we got everybody home. We got everybody safe. Let's go around the horn and go ahead and promote anything you got going on and everything. We'll start with you, Paul. I don't know if you have anything.
I like I said, I was just a random guy. I just like all this stuff, comics and movies and everything. If you guys want to find me on Vero, I'm at Paul Pan Hook. That's because I liked Hook when I was a kid a lot. And
cool. Dude,
it's a great movie.
Looks great.
Great.
So great.
Yeah, I still love that movie, but yeah. So Paul Pan Hook, one word at Vero, and if Instagram P Mickey 1988. It's PMICKEY 1988. So,
nice.
yeah, I can write it somewhere in the private chat or something. But anyway, that's where I'm at. If you guys want to find me and message me and stuff, and we can continue conversing and whatnot.
I appreciate it, Paul.
Yeah, of course.
Really enjoyed talking to you.
Yeah,
all right,
man.
Rebecca.
Yeah, if you want to keep up with me, I am one of the co-hosts of a podcast called Supergirl Radio. So we're on all the socials at Supergirl Radio. You can find us at supergirlradio.com. We're anywhere you listen to podcasts. We talk about Supergirl in all her forms: the TV show, the comics, the Helen Slater movie, the Flash movie that's coming up. We'll probably do a lot of stuff on that. So we talk a lot about the DC universe. So even if you don't like Supergirl, come and hang out with us because we talk about all things DC. Also, if you want to check me out on my personal YouTube channel, you can go to youtube.com/duckmilkprod. There's a long story about why that is named the way it is. But you probably know that you can't get milk from a duck. That's kind of the point of it. So if you want to check out my YouTube channel, I have a lot of Snyderverse content, big Batman v Superman series that I've done there. I'll be putting out some content there. And also follow me on Vero. I want to meet other Snyderverse fans and other fans of film. So check me out on Vero at DerbyKid, DERBYKID.
There we go. Thank you. Rhea.
Hi. Speaking of being a rando on the internet, I'm in the chat. I, love having discourse with folks and, talking about, film theory, media theory. Yes, that's kind of where, my heart lies, and I love interacting with all fans across all parts of the community, supporting independent creators, especially folks who, kind of are out there grinding and doing it out of passion, not necessarily to gain financial, support or things like that. So that's kind of like where my heart lies too, is like, that's what, drives me, is that these conversations in the community are so driven by true fans. So yes, I just wanted to thank you, Dave, for having me on. And you can find me on Twitter. All my handles are basically like this brand right here, which I got, my stuff together to do. And I'm taking a break from content, but I am loving interacting with folks all over the place. And yeah, it's been a pleasure.
All right, cool. Phil.
Well, once again, Dave, thanks again for having me on. It was a blast getting to meet you and Scott, Joey, Steven, Andre, Paul, Rebecca. It was an absolute pleasure meeting every single one of you this last weekend at Full Circle. For anyone who wants to follow and keep up with me, it's basically the same thing, just at Unfiltered, Twitter, Vero, Instagram. You can also listen to my show, The Eternal Night. It's just a Batman podcast I do with a longtime friend of mine. And I'm also just on the Four Nerds every Thursday. We just had an episode yesterday. Well, I guess 2 days ago.
Nice.
Specifically Saturday. So yeah.
Cool. Thank you for joining, man.
Of course, man. Thank you.
Joey.
Twitter, JoeBear94. Vero and Instagram, Joey Marino. I also just want to say, Dave, thanks for having me on. And couldn't think of a better group of guys to share an Airbnb with for 5 days or however many days we were there. I was kind of just sitting there for a second. I was just like, it's cool that like just a group of really good dudes could be brought together for like a really good, cause, and like just to celebrate that universe and everything. And then Paul, Rebecca, and Ray, it was good to, finally meet you guys and just kind of celebrate like all weekend. Like it was like a nonstop, celebration pretty much. But so thank you guys.
Yeah, I think one of the cool things was like, even though we wanted to do streaming or podcasting, we just said fuck it, and we were just shooting the shit. I mean, especially
it just felt so much more organic. Like
BBS night, after BBS night, we were up till like almost after 2 just talking.
Yeah.
and just shooting the shit, sipping some beverages and stuff like that. It was
well. That's what like this, this following week was for, like for all the streams, for like the post, Full Circle, and talking about it. So I think I think it all worked. Like that's the other thing. Other than like Scott, I think we things went about as smoothly as possible when you have that many guys in one house.
Yeah.
Like it went better than expected, I guess.
For sure. All right, Steven.
Yeah, I'm Steven Colbert. You can find me at SM Colbert on Twitter and Instagram, where I've got a lot of pictures from the event up there. You can find my writing at screenrant.com. I actually just finally published something I've been working on for like a couple years, which is an interesting look at Rotten Tomatoes audience scores. There's a whole bunch of movies in the early 2010s that suddenly got like 30 million extra reviews added to the data in October 2010, all like at the exact same time, and it does a lot of really messed up stuff to the data and throws off parity for comparison across the board. So I dig into that a little bit, and there's some extra interesting reasons why, and there's gonna be more that I'm writing about that coming up soon. But nice to finally get that published, because it's something I found a couple years ago and was like, how do I write about this? And then also you can find me at BVS by the Minute, and I put my interview with Zach up from Full Circle on our Patreon at patreon.com/Snyder Minute. But the video is up, accessible for everyone. It's not behind a paywall or anything. So definitely check that out, especially if you like our minute by minute approach. I talk to Zach a lot about how the movie is structured and how it fits the 1 minute structure.
It's great.
Like it.
I'm proud of you, Dad.
Yeah.
That was another reoccurring joke over the weekend. It was great.
Oh, it's been reoccurring for like 2 years now.
True.
Yeah. And then Andre
loves it.
It was an incredible event. I only got to go the one day, but being able to see all of you guys in person. I saw every single one of you guys in person, even Rebecca as well. I didn't get a chance to talk to you, but I saw you in person as well. And it's incredible to know that, something like this can bring so many people together into one place, for one cause. And so it was just really magical and really something I'll never forget. And the car ride home was hilarious. Joey, you're a really funny guy.
Oh, thanks.
What? That guy?
I was like, what did I say?
The banter between you and Steven was absolutely hilarious. You're
father and son.
Yeah.
Oh, because he was trying to explain a joke to me that I'd already understood.
He was going to drive it home.
Oh man.
But
Good
you can find me on the Four Nerds Network on Thursdays, 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. Also on Nicotina on my channel on YouTube, where I post random shit. And I'll be doing more live streams coming up. I've just been taking a break from that. You can find me on Twitter at Nicotina_show, and on Instagram and on Vero as well. But yeah, you guys, it was amazing meeting all of you, and I really hope I get the opportunity to do it one more time, or just another time in general. So It was amazing.
Yeah.
For sure.
I got to watch Zack Snyder's Justice League sitting right next to Dave Pena. I was like, whoa, how did this work out? With your mom too. I was almost at the end of the aisle next to your mom, and I sat down. I was like, I never thought I'd be watching Zack Snyder Justice League on an IMAX next to Mama Film Junkie. This was not. I never thought this would happen. But hey, it's pretty cool.
And then you were like, I want to sit next to Dave.
No. Okay. I know we're trying to end it, but so Dave's mom was such the mom. It was such a mom move. She was like, she goes, do you want to sit over here next to Dave?
She wanted the aisle. She wanted the aisle and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it's the way she said it. She was like, did you want to hop down and that way you could sit next to Dave? I was like, yeah, I want to sit next to Dave.
Oh, you guys don't even know. After I got her a little wine drink during intermission, and then So then right after that was the Henry Cavill scenes, and she loves Henry Cavill. She was very vocal. I almost went, Mom! Fine. Relax.
You're embarrassing me in front of the other Snyder fans.
No, yeah, I know, right? But it was funny because she literally booed when Lois gave him the flannel to put on.
Oh.
Anyways, that's Mom Film Junkie for you right
That's
there.
incredible.
Took a lot of pictures, man. A lot of pictures.
I heard it go boo. I was like, Mom, I almost wanted her to actually yell it out too at the same time. I was like, yeah, yell it out, Mom, do it. Anyways, all right, Scott, send us off.
Well, let's bring this home. Of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. That is also where you can find my interview with Zach, where I got to ask him my burning question about Joseph Campbell. So check that out. It's called The Boon over at Squadcast Media on YouTube. We're also a fan-supported network over at patreon.com/squadcastmedia, where you can find my 90-minute conversation with my Squadcast brother Chris, asking me questions about my experience, and I get a little candid about some of my Full Circle experiences. And of course, on Sunday night at 9 o'clock Central, join us over here on Film Junkie, where we are going to be picking up with Batman the Animated Stream, where this Sunday we'll be discussing Batman and Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero. There we go.
There it is.
Love it. And sadly, Steven Shoes didn't make an appearance tonight on the stream, but you could probably find it somewhere.
The Groot shoes.
It's not too late.
Groot shoes.
Yeah, there's probably a link that Steven has. He posted it underneath.
Vibram. Yeah, Vibram Furoshiki wrap shoes.
I just remember
Someone write that down.
Yeah,
at the Airbnb, you're like, why are they calling it Groot shoes? Why? I don't understand.
There you go.
It looks like roots. I don't know.
Anyways, guys, I appreciate you guys. Paul, Rebecca, Scott, Phil, Rhea, Andre, Joey, Steven, and of course Ray Porter, who joined earlier. Great time last weekend, and it was something that was truly special. And man, hopefully sometime in the future we get to do something like that again. So anyways, guys, appreciate you watching, and we will talk to you later.